Oh my, what in the world is going on here? Uh, you see the beautiful faces of myself, Kerminator, Maddie, Cast by Copter, and Alex, aka Virtual Farmer, and we are finally here on camera, guys. I'm so excited. Online tournament number 5, season 4, and the English casting crew is here for your eyes. Like, sorry about that, Copter. What do you think that people are going to think about seeing our faces for the first time?
Well, I mean, of course, they have been following the social medias and probably seen some pictures. Maybe they were following the FarmCon stream as well to see some of you guys as well. But I mean, we have three handsome fellows, so I mean, they have nothing to fear about.
Oh, okay. Alex, you excited? I know that you've been on camera before in the studio, but now we're getting to do it
It's
from our homes.
I was gonna say it's been about 3 years, I think, since I last been on camera for the FSL. So really excited about this. This is although I still haven't left this room. So
Yeah. Beyond the fact that we are on camera, of course, we have online tournament number 5 kicking off, and it's going to be another fantastic tournament. Trelleborg could break a record today, their own records, not surprisingly, and could win a 5th tournament in a row if they come out on top. Copter, do you see them getting it done?
I mean, we have seen so great performances from these guys during the past tournaments, so I don't think that there's any other option, to be honest, to be considered with. What do you think, Alex?
I think the Borg are unstoppable. If they're gonna break a record, they're gonna break their own one. So yeah, I think they're very capable of doing this. We're heading off to the instruction video now, so we'll see you in a minute.
Welcome to the Farming Simulator Tournament Client Tutorial. This video will give you a quick overview of the game mode. A match consists of 2 teams with 3 players each. As soon as the lobby is full, the game starts with the pick and ban phase. Here, vehicles and machines with specific characteristics and different advantages can be chosen. First, the 2 team captains take turns banning vehicles that are unavailable to either team during the course of the game. In the pick phase, the captains can select a powerful team perk and optionally choose to reserve a harvester and a baler. Following this, all players in turn choose their own tractor and individual player perk. A small challenge during the pick and ban phase is the limited time and points a team can spend. Choose wisely so that you have enough points for each player on your team. For more details on vehicles and perks, check out our stat sheet at fsl.giants-software.com. Before you start into the game, let's take a quick look at the view. The map offers for both teams hilly terrain, 2 separate fields, and a barn and a silo on each side. You can get to your barn via 3 dynamic drawbridges. But be careful, crossing them might be difficult as they are tied to your opposing team's bridges. You can, however, take the safer route over the stone bridge instead. As soon as the game starts, each player sits in their selected tractor in the starting area. Make sure you have a quick look around, as random combines and balers spawn on the pods around the starting area. But only one team can claim each piece of equipment, so be quick or you might miss out. If a team manages to secure all of the combines or balers, the game ends in a rush. Unless the team is well prepared and has secured a vehicle or piece of equipment during the pick and ban phase. So how do you win? The goal of the game is to score more points than the opposing team. You get points for bales delivered to your barn. To increase the bale value for bales put into the top of the barn via the conveyor belt, you have to sell your grain harvested in the field at your team's silo. When doing so, you not only improve your own multiplier and lower your opponent's, but you also influence the speed of the conveyor belt at the barn. But watch out! During the 15 minutes of gameplay, things can change in an instant. Random drops appear at minutes 12, 8, and 4. Each drop can provide your team with a buff or your opponent's team with a debuff. So make sure you choose the drop that best fits your current strategy or goal. Ready to prove your farming prowess in the FSL arena? Then gather your friends and form your team on our website at fsl.giants-software.com. Train hard and compete in one of our tournaments. Have fun and happy farming.
All right, there you have it. The infamous now line from that video, guys. The safer route. Do you think the safer route, will strike again today, Alex?
It's almost definitely gonna strike again today. It always does. Especially with so many teams using the bridges or the bottleneck. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely.
Yeah, Copter, you I think prefer the term Bridge of Doom, but it seems like the teams have started to kind of get the hang of it a little bit more as the season's gone on. Not as many accidents as we were seeing in the early days.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I like all the names for it, to be honest. I mean, Breach of Doom is one. It always comes down to the situation, like what is the first word that's going to come to my mind when I'm talking about it. But yeah, I mean, that is definitely a one term that I think I'm going to be remembering for the next 10 years. Every time I'm like driving normally, I just always watch out and try to figure out that I'm not going to do any mistakes at bridges. But we got to be having the standings coming to the stream pretty much right now. So maybe, Kermit, you want to go them through?
Yeah, sure. Of course, Trelleborg has won all 4 tournaments so far, so they sit with a pretty comfy lead, 360 over Fermier's Flamboyance in second place for 240, and then a big drop again. Bednar and My Insanity at 150 apiece, and then on down. We're going to see Fermier's Flamboyance during the play-ins today. It's actually the 2 French teams squaring off against each other with Power Team Esport taking on Fermier's Flamboyance. We're going to have Truck Hell against Astragon on the broadcast today. Voltra versus Cortiva, and Lindner versus Agral. And I'm going to have to step away now and, Copter, let you take the reins because it's almost time for the first match already.
Oh yeah, we got to be having the first game just in like, as mentioned, couple minutes, and we should be on the game already. What do you think, Alex, about this kind of like the first game of today? Do you have any expectations, or how do you feel about this first lineup of the teams?
I think we've got a good set of matches today, a good set of games. I'm looking forward to seeing all of them. Both teams here are good teams, and yeah, I don't know what the thing is with the FSL. You never quite know what to expect going into it. Other than Trelleborg are very likely to win. There's little other prediction that I've ever got right. So yeah.
There's so much more competition and more teams like throughout the table, which has been nice to see this season. We've got teams really from almost every corner of the globe have at least participated at some point. And you look at the standings, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we might already be at that 16 team in the seed mark, like where we didn't have a 16th team. Maybe I'm miscounting. Maybe we need a few more still. But, you know, we've got 2 more tournaments in the regular season to go for those spots to be filled up. And, I mean, we've had so many teams on the board already. You've got Astragon, Fermier's Flamboyance B team, and Team Charlie all at the bottom of the table, tied for 11th with 30 apiece. And then you go on up. And newcomer Sim Game Alliance, they have made it to 2 quarterfinals now. I know that they would like to actually get through one without their opponents forfeiting, though, because that's how they've gotten into these 2, and they really want to prove themselves on this stage. So, guys, it's going to be fun now that we're on camera, and everyone watching us, please bear with us because, of course, with anything new comes growing pains and things like that. So basically how it's going to work is we're going to go back to the rotating system now that Alex is out of the caravan with his family and back with us on the broadcast. So we're going to have the 3 of us at times. Sometimes it's going to be 2 of us. And here in a minute, I'm going to go get some more coffee because, you know, that's very necessary at 3 a.m. And Alex, you and Copter are in for a great first match here, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Kermit. We got to be definitely having some fun, and you got to be earning your coffee just in a couple of seconds because we have the first game starting pretty much right now, as we can see. Power Team Esport versus Fermier's Flamboyance. So let's see how it's gonna go. Are you, Alex, expecting anything special on the picks? I mean, you were not here the last time, but do you have any ideas? Do we might see something, something that we haven't seen on the past, or expecting to be like a regular bans and picks?
From what we've seen of these two teams before, they're as I was saying before, they're both really good teams. They both of them have made it through to the finals before, and both of them at times have been disruptive. And in fact, we're not seeing a massive amount here. I mean, these are actually a picks very much that we've seen earlier in the season. Sort of banning both the telehandlers is something we were seeing teams doing a lot earlier in the season, and teams don't tend to use those a lot. The Massey Ferguson that is a little bit of a different ban. We don't often see that go these days. Normally they try and ban two similar items rather than picking two fairly disparate ones.
What do you think about, Alex? I mean, you were not here the last time, and the last tournament was the first one we had the slight balance changes during which were made during the summer break. So, do you have any opinions or thoughts about the changes which were made?
Not at the moment. Not having not seen how they affect the gameplay too much, because as well as not being here, I had no internet connection at all, so I wasn't able to catch any of the matches from last time. And
yeah, I remember.
And so I've not really had a chance to see the kind of effect that the balance changes have. But I am really intrigued to see if they to see what effect they do have and see how they affect teams play. Did you see much last time? Was there a big change in the way teams were playing?
No, not really. It was pretty much the same, so it didn't have much of an effect. I just thought that if you find some kind of a hidden angle to the changes that we might be seeing today. And just as information for the viewers, we actually tried to get Alex from his holiday to the broadcast. We actually had a connection test on Friday before the last broadcast, but I guess the UK mobile internet wasn't in our favor, so Alex was completely in the blackout, and that was the. Anyways, we have the first game starting, so the best of threes, Power Team Esports and Fermius Flamboyance, and we're going to be heading for the towards the first bale.
Interesting start here in both. Power Team Esports have not selected perks for two of their players. So they've put the points elsewhere. They've gone for two very large tractors, so they've limited how much they can move their limited how easily they can move bales back. They're expecting to move them on the balers, I think, mostly. But yeah, they've gone for big tractors, which is really interesting start for them.
Yeah, I mean,
looks like Fermius Flamboyance have grabbed two ideal combines, which is great for them.
Yeah, we didn't see anything like this last weekend. I mean, everybody was still picking up the perks. There was some baiting going on, and I think there was one situation when the captain didn't pick a team perk, if I remember, but that was just one single incident. Anyways, we're gonna be heading for the first bale. We can see Hayden not gonna take the safer route, it's gonna take the first drawbridge, and they're gonna be trying to toss the bale, I guess. It's gonna be a quite narrow angle, and it's not gonna go inside. No, he's not gonna toss it at all. He's gonna be just reversing it in, and it's gonna be 133. So the Fermius Flamboyance will take the early lead. Obelix at the same time having some slight issues with his utilities, but we'll get a 131, and that's gonna be pretty tight. So it's just I mean, I know, Alex, you always want to measure it on the amount of bale, so that is like a 1/10 of a bale difference.
It's a very close setup. I think Obelix did try and get that bale in there, did try and do a flip to get it in, and failed and had to turn around. The fact that he managed to recover so quickly, get round there and get that bale in and only have a 2-point deficit actually is really good. That's a really good recovery from Fermius Flamboyance.
And to be honest, I don't remember when we have seen so close situation after the first bales. There's always been a slight difference.
They are filling up their overloader. Lots of teams doing this these days, sort of.
Okay. The grain is going to be collected. We can see a couple of the bales coming for the Power Team Esports at the same time as well. So, but yeah, I mean, all these differences on the picks and also the big
They're
haul was
struggling.
mentioned.
He could have waited a little longer actually, and just followed the combine round and got that access to that overloader much easier.
20 seconds for the first drops to appear, and then we'll see what's going to be coming out of those. I mean, we haven't seen much of an impact from the first drop so far, so we'll see how the drop's going to be affecting the strategy chosen by Power Team Esports in this situation. I'm trusting that Alex has a way better understanding like how this strategy could be affecting or could be like impacted by the drops.
I'm impressed. Power Team Esports have filled that overloader really quick. And actually, Vermeer Flamboyance as well. They've both got really good fill levels on that. Both teams getting Bale drop and Bridges lowered as the first drops. And Hayden is already unloading grain for Vermeer's Flamboyance. I think they must be expecting to deliver bales early in order to take advantage of this. At least you would hope so.
Yeah, we saw last weekend actually there were some strategies where the teams were actually delivering like some bales, like before the 8-minute mark, try to get something like a couple hundred points on the board just to have the early lead, and then kind of like make the psychological change towards the opponent that they are currently on the lead, and kind of like change the situation that the other one is chasing out. So that definitely was something what was happening last weekend. And okay, we saw the drops, bale drop, and the bridges lowered. Not going to be having a significant difference at this stage, so probably teams might not even go for them. It seems that they have already disappeared actually, so nobody went for the drops so far, and we'll see if those early bales will be coming inside. We don't see Power Team Esports pressing the bales though, so we can see the multiplier was changed, and now also grain was unloaded from the other side as well, so the multiplier is now 2.0 for both, so that didn't change in the end.
It's one of those things I don't. If you've got both ideal combines, I probably wouldn't drop the grain at that 12-minute mark if there's nothing there that gives you the advantage doing it. There's still a very good chance you could see the grain multiplier there at the 8th minute, and it just gives you a massive, massive advantage. Why have Power Team Esports gone for Big Haul and not using it?
I don't know. Maybe they just like the looks of it. It's pretty handsome vehicle,
really
to be honest.
odd.
Yeah, it's just sitting there for now. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't answer that, to be honest. I mean, you gotta know the answer on that.
No. It's the Power Team Esports seems to be going for a really weird strategy here. They've two of their team members don't have perks, and they've gone for an overall team perk that they're not using. That seems to be a misjudgment. Yeah.
I mean, it's not about.
It doesn't
it's not about
make a lot of sense doing what they're doing.
I mean, they have some very well-known players who didn't pick the perk, so it's nothing to do with any that there would be like a new player on the roster or anything like that. It's definitely the same guys, Obelix and El Papiro, who we have seen on the past multiple times, performing quite well. So now they just didn't go for the pick. So this is definitely. I mean, maybe we'll have that wow moment coming at some point that maybe we'll see something new. I mean, always Trelleborg has managed to find a way to surprise us at some stage with their tricks. So maybe a Power Team Esports, they have been preparing for something. They are collecting a lot of grains. The both teams, I mean, look at the amount of grain, 40k, 55k for both teams. The multipliers about the same. Couple of the bales were pressed by the Power Team Esports. So I don't know, if I'm looking at this strategy right now, what I'm expecting that this will, I mean, something's going to be happening, of course, after the 8-minute mark. But what's that going to be and how big of a difference that's going to make? This seems that, both teams are preparing for something big.
There we are. So Vermeers have dropped off one of the ideal combines at the sell point. So they are going for a massive amount of grain. Yeah, this is an absolutely massive amount of grain that Vermeers have ready to drop here. That's insane. Where has all this grain come from?
And they haven't done any. Okay, now they have 6 bales actually, but just a moment ago they didn't have any bales. Now because the drops coming in, speed limit and bridge is raised, so there's nothing that's going to be affecting the grain game. So there's no silos closed or anything like that. So people can just continue with their strategies. And of course, Vermeers is now unloading, so they have a 2.8 multiplier, but they don't have much of a bales. So if they want to take advantage of this, they gotta act very fast because if Power Team Sports having a plenty of grain, they can definitely counterfeit the multiplier if they feel like it. So, but yeah, it's definitely surprising that we didn't see any of those like a middle game bales going inside, getting that early lead, making a couple 100 points, and so on. So yeah, this is going to be definitely interesting.
And there we go. The Power Team Esports belt has been stopped, and there is still a huge amount of grain there for Fermiers. Normally, you get to that point, and it's pretty much there's no way of responding. And Power Team Esports do not have a huge amount of grain. They've got a harvester there. I don't think that's very full, and they were emptying the ideal. So I don't think there's any more grain in the ideal. Oh, and we've got Fermiers hitting the bridge.
Yeah, one bale is going to be. I guess he's going to be trying to pick that up, but he's having some issues currently. So we'll see. That's going to be definitely showing them down. They're going to lose 30 seconds, but they want to get all the 3 bales inside at the same time. And the one bale is stuck.
Oh, no,
actually, it's going to go back on the river.
There's no way he's getting that bale back.
Yeah, they just have to abandon it.
The river.
Yeah, it might be that if the bridge is going to go up at some stage, that might drop from the bridge and go to the river, actually. But meanwhile, Power Team Esports, they have been busy pressing the bales. They have 16 of them now. Fermiers Flamboyants have continued. Fermiers, by the way, still have the advantage on the multiplier. But now we can see Power Team starting to unload it. And they will make it back to 2.0. But Fermiers, they still do have about 24k of grain. So they can still do some tricks with the multiplier. And now we can see the teams actually also putting the bales inside. So they will try to collect some points, but if actually Fermiers will unload that grain as they should, they can definitely change the multiplier quite heavily towards their advantage. And there we go. It's going to be Loiko who's going to start the unloading, and let's see how far the multiplier will go. It should be like a 2.6, I guess, after this amount, or at least 2.5-ish.
Right.
Yep, 2.5.
Yeah, there we go. Exactly,
that's going to be definitely good. And they have the lead.
How have Fermiers created so much more grain than Power Team Esports? I don't see right now how Power Team Esports are going to come back from this. They do have an extra 4 or 5 bales compared to Fermiers, but Fermiers are just putting in an extra 10 points for every bale. That is such a huge margin to fight against. We've seen teams struggle to come back from a 2.1 to 1.9 bale multiplier, and this is just massively beyond that.
I mean, there's so much time as well. Still 4.5 minutes on the clock. Of course, it comes down to the kind of like the efficiency of around the belt. And I mean, we have seen Tito actually struggling a little bit. He missed that one bale at the bridge. Now he has been dropping a couple of the bales at the belt as well. So if Power Team Esports can, work very efficiently around the belt, get all the bales very logically and systematically inside, that could change the course of the action. We can see the super drop coming in. That's going to be Lord Baylor. And I mean, will they both go for it? It's going to be a Power Team Esports because Valo actually coming for it, and he's going to bring that up. So that's going to give them some points. So that's going to help a little bit. But of course, they'll still need to press some more bales. And currently, Fermiers, they have 16, Power Team Esports only 10. So yeah, it's going to be very hard for Power Team Esports to win this one. But I'm not going to call it yet, because I think that there's definitely a chance that if they work very well around the belt, and if Tita makes any mistakes, then they have a chance.
You can see though that gap was nearly 100 points only a few moments ago, and it is just closing with every bale that Fermiers put on there. They currently have a 5 bale advantage and a 2.5 to 1.5 multiplier. How Power Team Esports come back from this is Well, it's at this point it's almost an impossibility because they have now fallen behind in points. They've now gone back ahead, but just 2 bales in will change that. And there we go. It's already 28 points ahead.
Mm.
And at some point, putting 2 bales in is just not going to put Power Team Esports ahead. And Vermeers have bales dropping off the belt. They need
Yeah.
to stack better than that, or they're going to lose it despite all the advantages they have.
Yeah, that is exactly what what I was trying to say, that we have seen some like a bit like a shaking moves from Tita around the belt, and that was like getting those 2 bales that didn't like fit perfectly on the belt, and then I was like, yeah, the one is gonna be definitely dropping, but I didn't expect that both of them will be dropping. So that's gonna once again give a slight chance for Power Team Esports, but 2 minutes still on the clock, and I mean. Still, Fermiers, they have more bales around the belt as well, so it is looking good for them now. It seems that they are able to keep the lead, and we don't see Power Team Esports currently working on that level that they could be like counterfeiting the kind of like the multiplier difference which they had. Fermiers just nicely hiding, just delivering the bales next to the belt, so Tita doesn't have to make any extra moves. And El Capito is going to be dropping some bales as well, and that's not going to help much. So I think the only thing that could change the course of action would be a combo from Power Team Esports, but it's going to be very hard to make it when you don't have the bales, and of course when Fermiers have the bales to kind of like stop the combo as well around the belt. So not going to happen. They should have made that earlier before the unload process started, but of course they didn't know what was the strategy at that moment. They didn't see the multiplier changing that heavily at that stage.
Overall, I don't think this is going to be a massively highly scored game. I mean, okay, it's going to hit about 700 for Fermiers if all of these go in. Maybe even an 800 if they can get everything that they have here delivered in the next minutes. So, okay, maybe not. Maybe if they are able to get it all delivered. But Power Team Esports now struggling to get the bales. That choice of the 2 big tractors seems to be paying off really well for Fermiers. But it seems both teams went for a similar strategy on that. So I don't know where it is that Fermiers have come up with all this extra grain and have managed to really dominate the last third of this match.
Yeah, it's the. I think they had around 27k, or was it 24k, which they had extra, and I think Power Team Esports just didn't realize that they still have that in store, and when they realized that, it was already too late. So we can see the final seconds going in, couple hundreds of a point difference for Fermiers Flamboyance, and there we go. It will be Fermiers Flamboyance getting the first game victory here on the online tournament number 5. And there we can see the score, so it's going to be more than 200 points.
That is quite a first game. Yeah, I mean, look at that grain difference. Over 25,000 liters extra grain they had. And they delivered grain with multipliers as well, which is interesting because I don't know what multiplier they had applied that they were delivering grain with. That's because there wasn't a grain multiplier and at either of those drops.
Yeah, it was. I mean, the whole game was a little bit strange from the start. We saw Power Team Esports not taking the perks. We saw the big hole being picked, and that wasn't even used. And then in the end, of course, the whole grain game, which changed the whole situation. So it was definitely, I would say, a different kind of a game, which we haven't seen that often. That the teams are not picking up the perks, and they will pick up something huge, which they will not use. So definitely, I would love to. Talk with the captain and understand the strategy, but yeah, that's not going to be possible for now. I mean, now we have the cameras finally on the stream, so maybe at some point we're going to be getting the interviews as well. That would be definitely nice.
That would be good. It's I don't think that either team had anywhere near a perfect game there. I think that there are still places that both these teams can improve. And I think there are openings. As you said, it's very weird that so many of the that they didn't use their big hall perk at all. Power Team Esports, and they didn't pick perks for 2 of their players, which will part of the way that they will have lost some of the ground will be that their team members didn't have perks. So it'll be interesting going into second game, see if they rectify that, see if they are able to come back stronger and stop Fermi's Flamboyance from dominating them quite so much.
Oh, well, I mean, we're going to be having the second game just in, well, it's going to take a while, but we're going to be getting into it soon. And then, of course, we're going to be following the kind of like the big phase a little bit more with the detail if they're going to be doing the similar kind of, well, I'm not going to say mistakes, or can you call them mistakes, Alex?
I prefer unforced errors is where I tend to go with it.
Yeah, I don't want to be too hard.
It's those moments where you've not been disrupted by the other team, where you've made a choice or you've made an error that hasn't been forced on you. And yeah, that's the thing. Right, we are going into our second match between these two now. Our second game, Power Team Esports versus Fermier Flamboyance. Can Power Team Esports bring this back to send it to a third game, or are Fermier's Flamboyance going through? Let's find out as they enter their pick and ban phase.
Yeah, there we go. Ban phase is starting. And one thing that I have to mention about the cameras. So, I mean, in the past, during the previous broadcast, it was very easy for you guys. You can just always mute the audio and still watch what is going on the broadcast. But now we only have the camera, so you also need to kind of like take the picture away if you don't want to see our faces. So now we are more present, definitely, and just muting the audio is not going to be helping you all the way along. But anyways, that's about the cameras. Definitely nice to have them. Meanwhile, on the ban phase, we can see Massive Ferguson, we can see Case, Fend. So the narrow tire tractors being banned by Fermiers. And let's see what's going to be the last. What is going to be the other telehandler? Or what is the situation? Yeah, we can see Manitou MLT. So I would say, Alex, and maybe you agree that the bans are more making sense.
Yes, absolutely. That is a much more sensible ban phase. Except the only thing I would say is that neither team picked any of that kind of stuff last time at all. Seems a little bit wasted. It seems like there's not a lot of disruption going on at that point. We do have a different perk choice for Power Team Esports. They have gone for Unstoppable, which is useful for their belt going faster and them delivering bales quicker.
So the player picks. Let's see. I just want to see that there will be picks for all the players. That's what I want to see. And we can see, Under Pressure being picked, and El Papito. There we should be having a runner, if I'm not completely mistaken. That is the kind of like the line of perks we have seen coming. Yeah, there we go. Fend.
There we go.
And it's going to be quite similar lineup. And I just gotta say, I'm following the chat. I was following the chat, and there was somebody wondering if you actually have hair, because I know, Alex, you like to wear the virtual farmer or a farming simulator cap. But I can tell you guys that yesterday, when we kind of had the rehearsals with the cameras, he didn't have the cap, and I did see that he has plenty of hair.
It's a perfect place for a logo. That's the thing.
Perfect place for a logo. But meanwhile, we have the game starting, so team's going to be rushing for the first bale, as we can see Tita going for the ideal. Once again, let's see if they can collect at the grade, but nope, he's not going to get that one. And no, he's going to go for the next. We can see Valo just going for the ideal on the fields, and they're going to be starting to collect the grain, and they're kind of like trying to build the first bale and get the as good start as possible. We saw 131 and 133 point bales being made on the previous game, so let's see if the difference is going to be so tight. In the end, it didn't make much of a difference, because we saw the multiplier having a huge advantage for Fermiers on the last game. But the let's see, Hayden seems to be quite fast at getting away behind the harvester. And let's see, he should be heading towards the straw bridge this time, so he's not going to go for the... But here we can see Power Team Esports, actually, I mean, it doesn't have to be the safer route. You can always cause problems on the normal bridges as well, but Hyde on the first bale will be 139.
139? Without a flick, that's a really good score for first bale. 133, so bigger difference this time. 6 points in it between the two teams. And not any slower in their delivery. In fact, slightly quicker on Fermia's part. And both teams off to a roaring start. Now, one thing I did note before we came into the match, Power Team Esports, while they managed to pick all their perks and get everything they wanted to this time, they still left a point on the table. So they still didn't optimize all of their choices.
Now we can see the grain being collected. Both teams are getting about the same pace. So they are 24, 23k, almost 25k now being collected. So that's pretty equal. So there's no huge differences. We don't see the similar kind of like a massive buildup of the grain happening at the start, which Alex nicely noticed immediately when it happened. And I think he's still wondering how that actually happened. But this is looking more equal.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely more equal. And there we can see, I mean, Fermiers, they still have the two ideals. So I don't know, but yeah, they haven't there's a slight advantage now building, actually. I mean, they have like 3-4k more, but it's not that big of a change, to be honest. So it's not gonna be like a game changer. It might be like a 0.1 difference on the multiplier, but I guess it will be Power Team Esports still collecting the grain, and in the end they should be with this speed maybe ending up with the same amount. But I mean, slowly when you watch the grain numbers to grow, I mean, we can see that the gap is also growing. So Fermius is definitely more efficient of collecting it, and let's see how it's gonna end up. There's no big haul this time.
It is a bit strange how Fermiers already have such an advantage on the grain. I do not understand when both teams have got a combine out there, how they've already got nearly a 5,000 grain advantage. And
Yeah,
both
it's
teams
definitely
now
growing.
dropping their grain.
So this should leave Fermiers with a slight advantage
Yeah,
if they're going to use all the grain. And maybe this time, well, they don't have the bales, so they cannot deliver like these middle bales. The bale situation is pretty much the same, which we saw the last game. So yeah, Power Team Esports having 3 of them, Fermiers none of them. But then on the last game, after Fermiers was done with the grain, they started to build the bales very fastly. And they just, in a matter of minutes, they managed to press that much of a bales that they took the bale advantage towards the end. And they kept it all the way as well. So, I mean, if they're going to work with the same efficiency and if they can play with the multipliers and, just do the hard grind at the fields, this is actually looking pretty good for them. But okay, just the guys at work, as we can see. So the grain, we can see that they're collecting it more. They did the initial unload. It's going to end up with a 2.0 multiplier, so no changes there. And of course, if Fermiers will win the second game of this series, then they're going to be, of course, proceeding for tomorrow as the with a 2-0 scoreline. So, of course, Power Team Esports, they need to put everything on the play as they can.
Discrepancy on the grain.
Yeah, there is a small one, definitely 2-3k maybe at the moment. So yeah, teams are just working with the grain currently. We can see one more bale for Power Team Esports. Not gonna make a difference. Okay, now there's 5 of them. So Fermiers, they also at some stage they need to start pressing it. We can see Hayden actually now heading towards the silo, and it seems that they are meanwhile also collecting more. So Fermiers, they are really working with the grain, and it seems to me that they actually tried to go for the same strategy in the end. It didn't look like that on the start because they didn't get so huge amount of grain, but but yeah, it seems that they are still trying to get that multiplier for them. So they're definitely very heavily leaning of getting the multiplier. And now when we only have 1 minute and 20 seconds for the drops, if we have anything like a silo closed or something like that, like a grain multiplier, that could disrupt the strategy. Okay, and let's see, Obelix circling around the belt. Just 50 seconds for the drops. Let's see, Valo, he's just collecting grain on the fields. The difference on the collected grain is about 2-3k currently, and meanwhile we can see Fermius also making the first bale, but it's going to be 30 seconds for the drop, so let's see what's going to be coming out of those. I think Power Team Esports, they saw what happened on the last game, so they are also making very sure that they are also collecting the grain. We can see
very much so. Yeah, it's quite a dangerous moment.
It is definitely. We can see the nice setup being built around the silo. So we shall see speed limit and speed up. So nothing that's going to be affecting the grain situation coming out of these drops. And we can see Hyden coming and probably picking something, maybe speed limit. Yeah, that's going to be the choice. So that's going to be coming for Fermiers for 90 seconds. Power Team Esports, they haven't yet picked anything, but we can see Obelix just actually just working on the side of it. So doesn't seem to be going for it. And meanwhile, Fermiers are unloading. And there we go. We can see also that the belt of Fermiers has stopped. So, and now we'll see also Power Team Esports starting to unload it. And 7 minutes to go. I mean, how these teams are currently unloading the grain, they're just doing it like very carefully, like one by one, you know, seeing, and they're kind of like playing the game to see how much grain the other team has currently, just to understand, like, they don't want to show all the cards at once. Meanwhile, we can see both teams, they have started to press the bales already. We can see El Pepito putting the stuff on the belt. We can see Alex having some connection issues. But yeah, he's going to be joining, so you have to just bear with me for now until Alex will be kind of like reappearing. You're going to hear him, you might be even seeing him, depending about the situation. But there we go, we can see the belt of Fermius, which we mentioned, that's going to be gone. So they are trying to figure out the way around it. But nope, they're going to try to run. So we can see Tita actually climbing up on the belt. 3 bales. You cannot fit all of them at once, or can you?
Oh my lord!
You can. There we go. And just in time, we have Alex back.
Wow, that was amazing.
I don't think that I have ever seen like 3 bales. I have seen 2, but 3. That's nice. Yeah.
That's insane.
It is. It is. El Pepito, meanwhile, working 2.0 multiplier. So yes, they managed to break the belt, but now the situation is pretty much the same for both of them. So as long as Tita is getting these, look at that. He's going to be going again with the 3 bales all the way on the top. And it's not an easy treat. I mean, I couldn't do it. He's going to be missing it, and he's going to flip on the side. But when you think about it, that they can always stuff the bales to the first floor, and the other team having, okay, now it's going to be 1.4 multiplier, so they have a slight advantage there, but it's not the end of the world. And if they're going to be efficiently getting those with the tractor, if Tita can do the same trick like once or twice more, that's going to be definitely helping out.
And this is the thing, it's Fermius have been outplayed. Using Unstoppable has caused a huge amount of problems for them. Their belt is broken. They can't score the 2.6 they've got, and Tito is having to load bales up this way. There is no other way they can score their points at the moment. And look at that. And he's managed to get 2 in. He's not got the 3rd, and he's down again.
But at least getting 2. I mean, But the tree was definitely incredible. But I mean, it takes guts that you try that because I mean, there's always a possibility that you're not gonna make it at all, as we saw with the second attempt, and then you're gonna be losing some very important time. So Cheetah is definitely, taking in a way a risk there. But he knows that if they don't do that, they don't get the so high amount of points. So when he did those 2 bales, he made actually 52 points instead of putting them on the first floor, which would have been just 20 points. So it's actually a quite significant difference. And we can also see that there was a 2.6 coming for the Power Team Esports, and the belt is back on the play.
And that is because Power Team Esports picked up the multiplier switch. So they not only completely stopped the belt of Fermiers, they also nicked for about a minute or so their multiplier as well. And it's put them into the lead. And all Power Team Esports need to do now is just keep delivering bales onto their belt, because it is so much of a problem for Fermiers to score points at the moment. And
Tita's gonna go again.
Tito is
Gonna
having to go up here and deliver these this way. Oh no, and it's completely blocked this time.
It's a too wide delivery, as he will just make a second. You have to be so careful. There we go. That's my point. Ita makes it again.
And that may have saved them. That doing that may be what is currently saving Fermiers, because they are able to score so many points doing that it makes a massive difference. But oh man, that is.
I'm not gonna care. I mean, I said on the last game that Tita was doing the mistake on the belt, but now he's just absolutely killing it. So even if they're gonna lose this game, still Tita has made something. I mean, he's just proving that he is the master of the belt. The bales are once again 2 of them getting inside. One more. Can he make the trick? Yes, he can.
Yes! Look at that!
Oh, that is just beautiful.
That is the most incredible game I've ever seen.
Yeah, that is so. I mean, when you think about the normal speed of the belt, when you have 3.0 multiplier, it's I mean that is definitely a faster way. And I would say I might be completely wrong, but I will be bold and say that first time during the whole season, somebody else than Trelleborg is actually showing something new and something significant that's gonna have an impact on the gameplay.
As they say, necessity is the mother of invention, and Tito is absolutely inventing the hell out of it at the moment.
Yeah, that is so nice. I mean, that's like a, what is it, like a 26? It's like almost like a 90 points coming, 80. What is it? 88 points coming from that. Yeah. So that is there is just so beautiful. Okay, 78
There is
points.
No way Fermiers could win this match if he wasn't doing what he's doing at the moment. It would just be a massive disadvantage to be putting all your bales in at the bottom. Yeah. And he knows it, and kudos to him. He's gone, I've got to get this to do this. And Power Team Esports must be going, how are they still scoring points? We've stopped their belt.
Yeah, there we go again. I mean, this is just. Yeah. I mean, even Haydn has stopped there just to watch the beautiful exercise which Tita is doing. And once again, all the 3 bales are getting inside. They're trying to go for the combo, by the way, as they're at the same time trying to do something on the first floor as well. But they don't have the bales available. They have 6 out of 10, but it's going to be at the same time Power Team Esports denying the combo. And now the gap is 80 points. Power Team Esports, there's nothing they can do anymore at this stage, because you look at these guys, they're just having a party on the second floor. They are just enjoying the moment. And there we go. Fermiers Flamboyance with the remarkable gameplay coming from Cheetah, getting the victory almost in an impossible situation.
That is just absolutely insane. Power Team Esports played a blinder. They put the most disruptive perk they could in Unstoppable. It caused huge problems for Fermiers, but Fermiers rose to the occasion. Tito going up that belt and delivering bales to give a massive advantage.
Yeah, and I said it already during the game, but I gotta say it again because I mean Tita was shaking a little bit on the first game. I mean he was almost making some mistakes. Well, he did make some mistakes on the belt. To be honest, they still won it, but he made some mistakes on the belt. But now, I mean, everything is forgotten, at least from my side, because I mean that is just something. I don't know. I mean, it's and every time when I see Alex, you excited that much, I know that it's gonna be something very special.
He absolutely saved that for Fermiers. Then they would not have won that game without him doing that. And it's amazing to see a player step up like that and make such a massive difference. Absolutely
huge gameplay.
brilliant.
But anyway, that's the first game of the day. So it's going to be Vermeers advancing to the next stage with the 2-0 scoreline. And now we're going to be heading shortly to the break. So we're going to be seeing what's going to be the next game. And of course, we might be getting Kermit back on the studio as well. So see you guys in about 3 to 4 minutes.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games though.
There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no. There's no denying what we want. There's no denying what we want. Playing games, no.
And there we go.
Oh.
We have the Mr. Black screen on the side, but Kermit's going to be joining. So there we go. The man. I mean, well, I mean, I hope you had your morning coffee, first of all.
Second one, yeah, for sure. I'm good to go now. I'm ready for the rest of the day, and tomorrow is going to be exciting too. That was awesome, man. I was just watching those games, Copter and seeing Tita and Fermir's. Well, they didn't need a conveyor belt. Who needs a conveyor belt when you can pull that off?
Yeah, that was so nice. I mean, so nice. I mean, we have seen guys going for the belt. We have seen them go with the 2 bales, kind of try to collect the last remaining points. But I mean, he was just doing that all the time. The last 5 minutes, he was just going up and down with 3 bales and collecting every time by going there. What is it, like a 78 points or something like that from it. So, a
Wow.
great job.
Yeah. Yeah, you've got to. We talk about it all the time, don't we, Maddie? Where we say that the best teams are the ones that can adapt and do things a little bit differently. And Vermeers has been showing like their mass improvement so far this season, and that's why they're second in the table. It'll be interesting to see like if they can close that gap and finally get a tournament win. They've been like right on the cusp, but of course Trelleborg's been holding strong all season long. But Vermeers is definitely like I would give them like if such an award existed, I would give them like most improved team and like most outstanding improvement this season because they really have shown that they've put in the time and effort to practice. And Power Team Esport, who they just played as well, both French teams, and both of these teams have kind of helped each other out and participated in various events around France too, outside the circuit. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, it is definitely. I mean, we have seen, I mentioned during the game already, but I mean, we have seen Trelleborg making some big moves, on the past tournaments. They kind of like introduced the Trelleborg toss. They kind of like came up with the bridge jump as well, how they counterfeited the situation when the bridges were up. Those were kind of like new tricks which we haven't seen on the past, but now we can see for the first time that somebody else is actually coming up with something new. They of course work with the belt, of course, very well, but also they mastered the grain game as well. So I think that they're looking very strong, and for the first time, I'm really thinking that there might be a possibility that Trelleborg is actually not winning the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. There's a lot at stake for Trelleborg. Of course, they could break their own record today, but it's anything could happen. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but what do you think about Power Team Esport here? Because you and Alex were on the call, and I was watching along with you guys, and I saw where they went with Big Haul in this first game, and then didn't even really utilize the semi truck and the trailer to deliver their grain, and ended up with a lot of grain left over. Do you think that that was like a misjudgment, or what happened there? Do you think?
Honestly, I don't know. I would love to understand what went there actually, because we haven't seen the big hole being used this season much. And of course, when the players, as we can see from the replay as well, they don't have the perks at all. So definitely there was some points used at the pick and ban phase towards wrong direction. I don't know what was the end goal there.
Right.
And I wasn't able to explain it. Alex wasn't able to explain it. So maybe, Kermit, you have the answer.
Well, and of all team perks to pick and not use, that's the most expensive one you can pick. It costs 4 points, so to pick it and then not use it is very interesting to me. And of course, we see the second round now, and they went with Unstoppable. So I don't know if they were just trying to throw Vermeers for a loop or what the idea was there. But yeah, to spend 4 points on the most expensive team perk that really hasn't been part of the meta for a while and then not even utilize it is a very strange one to me. What do you think otherwise, though, about Power Team Esports performance, Copter?
I mean, on the first game, I mean, I mentioned that they actually had a pretty nice how they were working at the belt. So I think that they had the short range logistics were handled pretty well. But yeah, they lost the grain game, which of course meant that they lost the first game, and they would have probably won the second game unless Tita wouldn't have come up with this trick. So I think that they had it was looking good for the moment, but then Fermius just came up with a big strategy, and of course the tricks which Tita made as well. I think they just didn't were able to match it, to be honest.
Yeah, and we saw those clips just a moment ago of Tita going up on the conveyor belt. One time it almost failed pretty spectacularly for him, but sticking with that strategy and then executing it well to get his team the victory. And they're going to move on, and it'll be interesting to see as the weekend progresses how Vermeer's Flamboyance is going to do, because right now they look like pretty solid to be locked in at number 2 unless something crazy happens this weekend and next month. Remember, we only have 2 regular season tournaments remaining, and then in November is when the World Championships are planned for. So if you want to get circuit points and you want to try to improve your standing in the leaderboard and secure your position, you're starting to run out of time to do that, really.
Well, we still have the time, Kermit, for the next game, but we also have the time to make the caster team and take part. But then, of course, the broadcast would be missing some talent, so I don't think it's going to be happening. I'm just wondering. Okay, we have Truck Hell versus Astragon coming up, but I'm still wondering about the pick strategy of Power Team Esports. So maybe the guys, I mean, maybe while doing the picks, they were just eating pancakes at the same time.
Who knows? I mean, this is intriguing to me because we have Astragon out here now, and we're seeing Astragon with some slightly different lineup, a little bit of variation. Usually, we're seeing some of the other guys from the team starting like Bauer Matza and Bam Bam, but we have Rashti, Elite Kafi, and Roadrunner today. Major Malone as well, like. Won the bale stacking challenge at FarmCon, and you often see him in the lineup as well. So not sure if this is like a mix-up or maybe some guys are missing this weekend. But Astragon coming into this weekend, 11th place in the standings, and they've had a pretty decent showing. Truck Hell, meanwhile, could use some circuit points at this point. We've seen them on the broadcast 2 or 3 times, Maddie, but as of yet, they have not made it to the Sunday quarterfinals.
Yeah, we actually have. I was looking at the players as well. So yeah, we have some changes on the Astragon line, but also we haven't seen Truck Hell and those players that much. So we actually have quite many players which we haven't seen on the broadcasts that often. So it's lovely to see how they will be performing. We had the captain picks already done, and now we're going to be heading for the player pick phase, expecting not much of a differences. We can see that the narrow tire tractors are in the play. They were not banned, so we can see already Marcy picking up the case. With the under pressure perk, we can see both teams getting the massive Ferguson 7726 at the same time as well. And we can see also there's a telehandler in the play. So the other massive Ferguson, the telehandler is going to be picked as well. So this will be interesting.
Yeah. Fun to see the telehandlers and some narrow tire tractors in play, because often one sets of those or both end up getting banned. This time, though, it was the triple stacker with the John Deere and the Lindner tractors getting banned. Both teams, this is kind of more normal for the team perks, Maddie, of what we're used to seeing in Season 4 of the Farming Simulator League, and both teams have gone with Bottleneck from the get-go. The benefit of that telehandler, look how fast it is. But did he? Oh, he didn't park it very well. He played the safe game and parked it kind of at a distance and almost paid for it.
Yeah, but still won it.
In the
That's
end.
the important part. Just winning it. So let's see. I mean, 35 seconds to the magical 14-minute mark. And we can see Roadrunner collecting. Well, not yet, but soon. I mean, that's going to cost maybe extra 5 to 10 seconds. So we shall see. I mean, both teams are getting a good start, though. So Marcy looking to be just about to disengage towards the barn. There's still like 15 seconds to go. So this should be, I mean, high 130s, I would say. But it can be even more, depending from the swing. So Marcy, I mean, with those narrow tires, he can go very fast. And this could be 140, actually, if the toss is going to go inside. But it's not going to go inside. It's going to be getting stuck. It's actually quite far away from the doors. Let's see how Roadrunner does it. He's not going to be swinging it. He's going to be reversing it. So he's going to be taking the, not the safer way, but the safer approach. And the gap is going to be just 3 points between the teams.
Yeah, pretty. The good thing is like if you are close to your opponent, that matters really more with the first bale than like the score that you're getting, right? Of course, like a lot of teams are trying really to hit up in the upper like 140s or so, the higher end of what you can get. But so long as you're right there and keeping close with your opponent from the start, not giving yourself a massive gap, like you've done all right for yourself for sure. Trelleborg, by the way, Copter, JK, I think, is probably still in chat unless they're about to play off broadcast. But he's been telling me they've been hitting 150 in practice recently. And he said it wouldn't be unreasonable for us to see it this weekend. So no pressure. They're not being broadcast today. Their match against Bill and Bull event will take place off the broadcast. So if they do it and we don't see it, I might shed a tear or two. But maybe we'll see it some point tomorrow.
Yeah, that was the discussion last tournament that they said that the 150 is going to be the benchmark for now. So they know they were already convinced a month ago that they can do it if needed. as they've just practiced. So now they have been able to find that strategy for it, and let's hope that we're gonna see it. It would be just magical to see that happen. It's such a nice number, 150. But yeah, we just have to wait for the Trelleborg game to be on the stream, and then we might see something later on. Meanwhile, just 20 seconds for the first drops, so we can see both teams have been collecting the grain. There's no real advantage on it, and no bales for the teams either. So the situation is pretty tight currently. The drops are coming in. We haven't seen anything that significant so far on the first drops, and we're gonna be figuring out just in a matter of seconds. And well, we're gonna be seeing them soon. And then yeah, there we go. What do you think about these, Kermit?
Well, I mean, I'm always a fan of Crazy Tool, but in the 12th minute, teams often aren't really ready to start bailing. So, if you got to think about, is this going to cost us if we deviate from our strategy now? So those 12-minute drops, like, kind of have to be the right combination of what the drop is and the timing of them showing up, right? So it'll be interesting to see. Herbicide wouldn't be a bad one right now as well. And Crazy Tools, what Truck Hill has gone with. So a little bit of information in chat, and sounds like Bauer Matza from Astragon is actually under the weather and in hospital right now. So sending our best wishes to Matza. Very nice guy in the FSL community. He's been a huge help to a lot of other teams and players, including the North American players for Sim Game Alliance. They've become good friends, and him and his teammates at Astragon invited me for some crazy reason to be a special guest during the FarmCon show match on Astragon. Kind of bummed out, by the way, that I didn't make the highlight reel that played during the broadcast match. I mean, I got stuck on the bridge. I gave the fans what they wanted, and I didn't see that.
Well, I mean, you're in the company, so maybe you can, just have some kind of discussion with the production team. Meanwhile, both teams are having some issues to get on the silo. We can see Jaspi being stuck. We saw also, was it Rodner, who has also had some issues with the narrow little tractor getting stuck with the buildings there. We can also see that both teams are currently unloading it. The multiplier is 2.0. currently for both, and we can see Astragon, they have been getting some more grain. Also, meanwhile, Truck Hell, they have been able to press 14 bales, so they have been just very quickly getting the bales done, and we shall see if they will get the kind of like the early multiplier advantage. I guess they're gonna be trying to deliver some of them as well, so that is definitely one of those things they can do. And about the picks, about the drops, I gotta mention, I mean, we spoke about the Crazy Tool, and why I can't ever get the Crazy Tool while I'm doing the dishes or cleaning up the house.
That would be nice. Speed, the dishes are done, increased by 1.5%. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist. Only here in the Farming Simulator League and other esports. I know it's been great to have you added to the team this year, Maddie, and it's been fun to see the evolution again. Like, if you look at the Farming Simulator League, and we're in season 4, it's still a pretty young esport in the grand scheme of things, and we've had to adapt with the pandemic, and it's been kind of special circumstances. So it used to be that the English casters would be in the studio as well as the German, and then the pandemic hit, and all of a sudden, we had to just be audio only for a while so that we could have an English broadcast. But it's nice to have the cameras in between the games now, and to show our faces to the world.
Yeah, that is true, definitely. I think that the cameras are very nice addition, and thank you to the production crew about getting those cameras on the screen as well. And of course, I mean, a lot of esports, they needed to adjust for the pandemic, so there was also other games kind of like, trying to find the new methods of producing the shows and stuff like that, which they haven't done on the past. So it's understandable, it happens, and anyways, the end result is great so far. Closing on 8 minutes, meanwhile, as we can see that there's a huge amount of grain for Astragon, almost, well, not the double, but they have like 15k more than Truck Hell. So in the end, they might find the advantage on the multiplier if they're going to be using all that grain. But meanwhile, they have been kind of lacking a little bit on pressing the bales. So they are 13 bales down. And now we can see Truck Hell, they are probably, they're trying to get the bales, of course, inside. They don't have the multiplier advantage, though. And there we go. The drops are coming in. So speed limit and direct delivery. So once again, we don't see the drops that's going to be kind of like affecting the grain game. I think they have been the biggest changes during the past couple of tournaments. That every time when we have like a silo close or grain multiplier, that is always like a game changer who's going to be getting what. But these both matches so far they happy without those.
I think we saw a grain multiplier in the 8th minute, even like a few matches in a row last month, which was really interesting to see because in the 8th minute, especially, it can be a game changer. Speed limit is one that teams often go for when it's not up against a stronger option. So speed limit, I mean, if you don't pick it up and your opponent does, you're shooting yourself in the foot. In Astragon's case at the moment, they actually had a higher weighted speed limit, so they've come out ahead by 10%, slowing down Truck Hell. Truck Hell with the lead so far, they are playing a pretty decent game. Elsewhere, right now, Maddie, Team Charlie has advanced over I'm going to butcher this name. The first time I've seen this team's name. Looks like it may have been a forfeit as well. La Breza team. And then Trelleborg, JK in chat again, helping us out, says that Bill and Bull Event, who Trelleborg were supposed to face in round 1, did not participate as well. So this is kind of becoming a worrying trend for me to see how many forfeits we're having. But again, it goes back to the complications of not being able to have these events in person and doing them online. You have so many people with so many different internet connections and all over the world trying to dial in. So I'm sure that's the case sometimes for some of these teams, but hopefully we can start getting more competition across the board and less forfeits in the near future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these tournaments are really nice, and I really hope that players and teams are forming out of those players and just get some new blood on the scene as well. It's always like a helping with the growth and kind of like also finding out some new strategies, because of course we have a great teams, great players with the great strategies, but there's always that when you come like out of the box to the scene, then you'll see that okay, you question things why they are done in the way they are done, and then we'll see something new stuff coming in. But anyways, meanwhile we can see Astragon. They are starting to put the bales in. We have seen Truck Hell putting some bales inside as well. The score situation is very tight. Truck Hell currently leading with the bales. The multiplier is tied, but I think it's still like a doable to catch up with the bales. But it's a very tight situation, and nobody has the advantage from the multiplier. Nobody has like much of a grain left either. So the multipliers are gonna be staying that way, and the belt speed is the same as well.
Yeah, it's really even right now, too. 4 points difference. We're 50 seconds away from the 4th minute super drop. And really, this one's too hard to tell. Cake Zambi said we really wanted to play, but we had a player that was too sick, sadly. I mean, that does happen, unfortunately, and hopefully your teammate gets well soon. And we definitely understand that for sure. So what do you think? Truck Hell really, showing that they can hang with Astragon here. Truck Hell could use, the opportunity to move on here and be knocking on the door of their first quarterfinals and getting some circuit points.
Yeah, I mean, when we have 4 minutes to go, it is looking like that they have a chance. But I mean, let's see how Astragon's going to be building up the ending. We saw Job Call having a slight issue at the bridge, going to be losing some time. And during that time, they were, of course, not delivering the bales, and we saw actually Astragon catching up with the bales as well, so they are definitely coming in. Multipliers, which is going to be coming, but that's not going to make any difference as the multipliers are the same.
Bummer.
So there's probably nobody going for it. And let's see just how it's going to build, because the score situation it's still the 4-point difference, so it's a very tight. So in the end, it could be Truck Hell actually with that bale advantage of if the both teams are like doing a similar work next to the belt.
Yeah.
That is definitely a chance that they can win it with that advantage. So let's see how Job Call's going to be handling the belts with the telehandler. Mars is going to be coming out to help as well. Going to be putting couple on the belt. One is actually dropping next to it. Not going to be a huge problem because they can just pick that up and continue working with it. Elite Cafe, I think this is something which you are drinking in the morning during the first match at least.
It's got to be Elite.
So, yeah, so he is just meanwhile, of course, trying to do the best work they can. So both teams are just trying to get the bales in now. We're not going to be seeing much of a surprise. So this could go very neck to neck, because the gap was 4 points. So this could be just, about 1 bale difference that they can deliver. So even one small mistake on the belt could be a very costly one.
Yeah, for sure. I do love seeing the telehandlers in play, and Elite Cafe is just making it look very smooth right now, working with this telehandler, stacking the bales up on the belt. Very nice when they stay in play, but they often are banned for a very good reason because they're fast and they're very top notch when it comes to stacking. Jup Kyle doing a nice job as well for Truckhell. And I think for Truckhell, Maddie, it's a good opportunity with some shakeup in the Astragon team for various reasons for them to, show that they can get on the circuit point leaderboard this weekend. Of course, they'd still have to win another one after this round, but they're looking good so far. It's now a 4-point lead for Astragon, though, with 2 minutes to go. And this one is too close to call. And these
It
teams are
is.
very close for sure.
It's very close. I mean, in a way, the time is working as an advantage for Truckhull because there's still almost 2 minutes of time remaining. And as they are leading with the bales, they have the time to put all of them in. So they can basically take use of the advantage which they have. They're not going to be having any bales left around. But if they somehow don't manage to get all the bales inside, that would be the game changer. We can see Astragon, meanwhile, pressing some bales, so they have been catching up a little bit. I think they're like 3-4 bales behind currently in the pressed bales. You can see the difference on the scores, and when you compare to the bale count, so you can basically count it from there. So even though now the bale counts are the same, almost the score situation is not, because it's Truckler actually leading with 100 points and just 1 minute to go. So I mean, Astragon, they have to come up with something. I think they're gonna be showing the last bales on the first floor if this continues, because the time is not anymore. I mean, it was already on Truckhouse side, so definitely Astragon is having an issue with the time, and this will be another issue as Roadrunner will be just swimming, and he's going to be losing some very important time, and that just might be the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that may have been one of the intentional drive-throughs there, but I'm not sure. There must be some bales left out in the field in that direction that he's trying to get to. It always excites me when we see the oops pop up on the screen and get to see what happens somewhere else on the map. But yeah, we've seen that a lot from teams with bottleneck in play. They just drive straight into the moat so they can get out of that side that you see now on your camera a little bit quicker and get to the larger field. 10 seconds to go, and it's going to end up in the end. Like 2 minutes left. It was very close, but Truckell is going to end up winning by a pretty significant margin here, all said and done, in the first of the best of three. Truckell takes it, and they're 1 win away from moving on to round two. Definitely a good showing by them. It was a little bit shaky at the start. I think a little bit of nerves, and they settled in, though. We saw one of their players getting stuck near the silo early on, but pretty good performance. 37 bales delivered. Pretty similar when it came to the grain. And Crazy Tool, I think, was the difference here. They picked up that drop in the 12th minute, and Astragon did not pick up anything. And that often can cost you, because that little bit of extra bales made the difference really in the end. So I don't know, actually, though, did they utilize it? I don't remember. But you got to be ready to pick those drops up. What do you think of Truckell?
I mean, definitely a great showing. I mean, yes, they had their mistakes around the silo with the vehicle, but I think that also Astragon had a mistake at the same time. So it didn't really much cost them that heavily. And I mean, they took the early bale lead, and they just, continued to work with those all the time. In the end, I mean, yes, there was I'm not sure if all the bales actually went inside. I didn't watch those points at the end,
Right.
but definitely, I mean, they had the bales next to the belt. So when it came down to 2 minutes on the clock, I think both teams still had about the same amount of points. But then when it was 1 minute on the clock, already Truckhull had delivered 5 bales more, and then we saw the Astragon player on the water. Maybe intentional, but yeah, every time when I see a guy on the water, I want to think that it's a mistake. I don't know why. It's just it's almost like saying that somebody throws an egg on your face, and then people are laughing about it, and then, oh, it was intentional.
Right. Yeah, I like it's always fun as well with the delay on the broadcast for sporting and competitive reasons to see the chat's reaction to when things happen, and they're saying strange time to wash the tractor, only washing the wheels, need to roll in the water to make sure it's all clean. Good comments. Glad to have everyone on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook with us today. Since we're on the cameras real quick, this is what I have in front of me, by the way. You guys have never seen this before. Here are my notes. Check it out. And this is what I use while I'm sitting here casting this huge sheet. The camera doesn't even
That
pick
is
it
the
all up.
That is a huge sheet, to be honest. I mean, I haven't seen that. I had no idea. I mean, I have a couple of screens here, and I have some PDF files open and stuff like that that I'm using at the same time. But yeah, maybe I'll need to make one of those. Maybe I'll just make it like a poster on the wall, like a huge one.
There you
But
go.
yeah, let's think about that later because we do have the second game starting. So Truckhull leading the series with 1-0 scoreline. And now we can see once again the bans coming in. We saw that the telehandlers were in the play. We saw the narrow tire tractors being on the play. And maybe that's going to be changing as we can see at least one of the telehandlers being banned. And that usually means that the second one it will be as well.
Yeah, it's a real bummer. But well, they banned one. And I doubt Truckell bans the other here. They're going to go for the John Deere, I would imagine. It's strange to see one telehandler banned and not see the same team ban the other one because I don't really see the benefit in keeping one in play if you're going to ban the other. The only difference really is the Massey Ferguson has 20 extra horsepower. The rest is the same. I mean, same amount of points to Pickett, same speed at 70 kilometers per hour. So, yeah, an interesting one. We are seeing bottleneck again by both teams. So, same as we saw in the first round of the best of three. And similar setup so far as the player perks and equipment, too, Maddie.
Yeah, these will be quite similar as we can see. So we have the telehandler Massey Ferguson being picked by Elite Cafe. So let's see if Jappo's going to go with the telehandler as well as he did on the last game. Yes, he's going to go with it. So it's the same picks, more or less, as far as I can see. So no changes. And now we'll see. I mean, what I'm gonna be following is how the Truckhull managed to get if they're gonna go with the same strategy, that will they get the early bale advantage? Because it was just very fast when they actually had like a 14 bales available, and that was definitely kind of like a moment, or in a way like a scoreline, which they had all the way through the game. They had that bale advantage all the time. So in a way, Astragon was never able to counterfeit that. But now we go for the first bale once again. Let's see who's going to be getting what from the pads.
Yeah, here we go. And Roadrunner neck and neck with someone from Truckhill here going for the baler. And it's going to be Truckhill that comes out on top. And didn't really seem to be any kind of battles anywhere else for equipment.
Yeah.
Here goes Jaspy now for Truckhill with the ideal combine. Going to get started on the large field. Roadrunner now hooking up to the New Holland. I'm guessing maybe a teammate grabbed that for him and left it out there. And Astragon are going to be a little bit behind here, Copter, on this first bale attempt. We'll see if Marcy for Truckhill can pull it off smoothly. Could be in for a decent little advantage if they time it right here.
Yeah, last time he did it, he's going to be trying to swing it, and he's going to be succeeding with 144. He's going to be flipping the tractor at the same time, going to be succeeding, but the baler will be staying sideways as the Roadrunner will go from the safer route, almost jumps on the side of the bridge, but going to be able to avoid that. And let's see, will there be a swing? No, he's going to be just reversing it in. So he's going to take the safer bridge, and he's going to take the safer approach as well. But no, yes, 121.
Oh, Marcy's having a nightmare there.
Yeah, he's losing some very important time. And on the last game, we saw the Truckhill, we said that many times, that they got the bale advantage. So now if the bale is going to be left right next to the barn, that's going to be costing definitely on the pressing bale game.
Yeah, I mean, paid the price for that 144 on the first bale. I don't know like what they're going to do now because I guess they're going to bring in a tractor with a front loader on it and flip it over then because they're not going to be able to use that to bale. They're going to have to grab a different baler. But the problem is if it stays there, Maddie, it's going to be a nightmare when it comes to the end of the round and you're trying to get bales into the barn.
Yeah, it's going to be on the way, and of course it has other impacts on the pressing the bales as well. So it's a huge deal, to be honest. So they're just going to have to find a way. But for now, they're going to be leaving it for there. They just want to continue with the strategy. They have to catch up with the grain. Okay, they're not so far behind, but they need to continue with the usual tasks, and I guess then they just have to handle the issue before, of course, they will start to delivering, or maybe a little bit earlier if they want to use it on the pressing as well. But anyways, that is something which they can handle later. Now they have to make sure that they will just get the grain, that they can compete with truck hell if something happens around the 8-minute mark. But yeah, it's a decent situation still, but yeah, it might cause some problems later.
It's very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a first bale be such a good score, but it caused such a problem. And I'm wondering how Truck Hell are gonna adapt to that in the middle of the round. Now we see direct delivery and bale drop. Bale drop is one that Truck Hell is going to go for because they already had a bale pressed. It's not really useful to grab if you haven't pressed any bales because it's going to move an already pressed bale near your team's barn. Direct delivery right now, if Astragon were to go for that, could give them a slight advantage in the multiplier. But the problem is Roshia is the one harvesting and had to run over and get it. They've gone with bale drop as well because in the meantime they had a bale pressed. And now meanwhile Astragon is at the barn or at the silo rather, and they're selling their grain, and they have a 3-to-1 multiplier at the moment.
But Biwa Truck Hell is pressing the bales once again, so they are getting those early bales. I think the kind of like the flipped baler is just, they just need to go and flip it and just continue from that. So they need to find the time to go and get it out of the way and maybe back to the use as well. Now we can see some unloading happening already, so that is going to be Truck Hell. They of course want to get the multiplier back. It's going to be 2.0. They have a little bit less grain than Astragon, so they will just settle down with a 2.0. They don't want to show the cards. They don't want to cause any trouble for Astragon for now. And we can see GSP just heading back to the fields. So nothing that major happening, but we can see Astragon, they are collecting it, so they can definitely introduce something at some stage, pending what the Truck Hell will be doing now.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, like, one team right now has the bale advantage, and then Astragon has the grain advantage. So which one is going to win out in the end, and can the teams equal themselves out in that disadvantaged stat to their opponents? And it looks like meanwhile that baler still hanging out as Marcy is coming in now with a different baler, bringing the John Deere in. Like, sorry, other baler, we don't need you anymore. Just sit there in your corner and cry. We've got the John Deere now. We're just fine. And that might not be even worth messing with now, because you can still get bales in on this side where Marcy's unloading. And if at the end of the round you need to get some into the bottom, you could still pull through there or reverse it on that left side. So I'm going to be interested to see what they do.
Quite oftenly you hear somebody will be telling that when you have a relationship, you're the other guy or the other girl, pending from these tricky situations. But I wouldn't want to be the other baler. That's that is something. But yeah, well, it's still there.
Oh, here we go.
It's not that heavily on the way, but Chapkol still gets the job done. So we're just slightly pushing it from the side. He's got to find a way of getting the case back to the use or out of the way. Let's see how he's going to be handling. He still needs to move the bale a little bit to be able to reverse there and just pick that up and continue. So I think they're handling the situation just fine. And you said about the grain and the bale situation. So now also Astragon has been able to press those bales in time. So they have been catching up. And also the grain situation, it's evening out, because the Truck Hell, they're definitely not yet done with the grain, and as we can see that they are collecting it, so they're going to be pretty tight with it. And in the end, the whole series actually is looking pretty even though Truck Hell has taken the lead with about 8 points. But I think that this will be a whole lot closer than the previous one.
Yeah, Truck Hell have been able to deliver quite a few bales already, as we're a few seconds away from the 8th minute drops here. Let's see what this is going to be. And bale multiplier is in play, and this could be a big moment for either team. Truck Hell, we're seeing now, would have a 1.5 multiplier. Astragon has a 1.7. The problem with bale multiplier as well is you have to be ready to start delivering and take advantage of it. Jup Cow is ready, has 2 on the front of the telehandler, and is coming over to the area of the drops now. Also, someone for Astragon is pulling up, and both teams are going to go for Bale Multiplier here. Both teams look like the person who needs to deliver those bales now, though, is the one that grabbed it. Good news is the telehandler is the fastest piece of equipment in the game to get the bales into the barn. Elite Caffey coming in with 2 on the front. Marcy, meanwhile, with the tractor, is already loading some on. Roadrunner as well. So both teams are loading them onto the belt. Astragon at the moment also has a 2.7 to 1.3 advantage in the multiplier and have delivered all of their grain off screen. So 46 points for that bale. This is a huge moment for them, combining the bale multiplier with the grain advantage for delivering their grain.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Astragon doing a great job by catching up, still 80-point difference. And of course, Truckhill, they still have the grain, so we can expect that the multiplier is going to be changing at some point. But there needs to be the moment when they're actually using it and they haven't started unloading it. So we can see Jasper now unloading it. We can see Elite Cafe working on the belt. Going to be trying to get last, beneficial points away from these with the multiplier 37. It's actually a pretty they can actually tie the series. They can actually take the lead here. And can they still make that one? That's going to be 2.0. And that might... Oh, he's going to fix that. Just get it on the middle, Elite Cafe. Elite Cafe is definitely something which you don't get from the Starbucks. But yeah, it's still going to drop down.
Oh, wow. Yeah, man. That wasn't as big of a moment for Astragon as it could have been. Truckhill did a good job of getting their grain delivered there, because there for a moment it was 46 points per bale for Astragon to Truckhill's 20, and they really could have closed that gap. So just about 80 points in it at the moment. And Truckhill, again, if they win, they move on. So Astragon up against it here with 5.5 to go. They have to win to force the third of the best of 3, or their tournament is ending right here and now. Roadrunner bringing in several bales, 2 on the front, 3 presumably on the back of the New Holland baler, and already a lot of bales around the barn for Astragon. So that is good news for them. They have the bale advantage at the moment, but the problem is the points aren't in their favor. So is it enough to make up that gap?
Yeah, it's 5 minutes, so there's plenty of time. So 15 bales getting us out of that barn should be definitely doable. We shall see. They still need some more bales, so yeah, there's a slight difference on the bales, but the points difference is more than the difference with the bales as far as I calculate on my mind. Because it's Jasper getting there, so he is having the proper baler, so not cheating with the other baler anymore. Just getting next to the belt, and we can see Jup heading back to the fields. And but meanwhile, Astragon, they are really doing the work, so they are definitely starting to work very early with the bales. Of course, you need to do it, but I mean that usually we have a slight break here, and then 3-2 minute mark, and they start shoving them in. So they are working all the way, and just 15 seconds, then we'll see what's going to be the super drop, and then if there's going to be something game changing. And I think Astragon definitely needs something that's going to flip the tide towards them.
Exactly what I was thinking too, Copter. Like, if Astragon gets a favorable super drop here, it could flip it back in their favor. It's still really close. Bale points, I mean, this was huge. Whoever gets this is going to have a nice... And that puts Astragon into the lead as they grabbed it. So a huge moment for them, and that really could make up for that early disadvantage they had in bales. They're ahead now by 22 points, and the bale count is pretty much even. Now ahead by 2 points with 1 bale advantage. So now with 3.5 to go, Maddie, it's coming down to who's going to get the most bales into the top of the barn.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any nails remaining after this one. I just might be biting my fingers, or even to the bone, all the way to the bone or the joints.
Oh, no.
But that's something which we don't want to be showing on the camera, definitely. 3 minutes still to go. So, it can go either way. Astragon, they might have a slight lead now, but it all the way, once again, comes down to how the teams are operating at the belt. We can see Marcy getting 2 of them, or trying to get 2 of them, and getting 1 will go with the safer, not with a safer route, but with a safer strategy, just putting them 1 by 1, and that's going to be, 40 points for them. Jupco's going to follow, so Truckhill, they have a nice order around the belt, I would say, that they're not like at the same time trying to go and put the bales there. They're just, working and cooperating there. And we can see, of course, Astragon do it the same as well. So it all the way comes down how well they will just get the bales in.
I'm really impressed. Even if Truck Hell don't end up winning this one and it goes to the third of the best of three, I've still been impressed by Truck Hell's performance. Yes, Astragon's team has had a little bit of a shakeup as far as who's playing today, but Astragon, sitting on the Circuit Point leaderboard, tied for 11th place. They've made it to one quarterfinal so far, and Truck Hell, as of yet, not in the season standings for season 4, and they've played a pretty smooth game. Like, they're showing good skill. They haven't had a whole lot of mistakes, and now this one is an oops, and Truck Hell just having all kinds of trouble with that Baylor. I think they need to just end the relationship right here and dump this Baylor. They need to give up on the case because it has just caused them problem after problem. And look what it is. It wasn't, that may have been a little bit of a high ping there. That looks unintentional. I hope that Jaspy didn't make that sharp of a turn, but you never know. But nonetheless, man, that Baylor is stuck again, and that could cost them, as Astragon 2-point lead and about to increase that even further. Off screen, though, Truck Hell is answering back. It's still really close. Marcy's coming now. It looks like Jaspy was able to get unstuck. A minute 10 to go. Still too close to call.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, that could be the kind of like the game changer. Oh no, we have Astragon with troubles as well. What is going on? And I'm just wondering about the Truck Hell with the Baylor. I mean, is that something which you call a toxic relationship? Because that's just causing the trouble. Because Hiroshi getting around Roadrunner, he's flipping the tractor to the sea.
Oh,
it's not
no.
a sea. It's like a river on the middle. So definitely Astragon having some huge issues, and this is the moment where Truck Hell, they can strike back. Empire strikes back, and they need to get the bales. The bale card is the same, and we can see all kind of tractor yoga happening at the water as Roadrunner just trying to survive. Will be trying to get outside. I'm just surprised how the engines are not really stopping when you actually almost put the whole tractor, all the directions there. But anyways, he's going to be getting the baler back, and there's going to be 3 bales inside of that, so they will need. I mean, they just have 2 bales. Plus these 3, and it's going to be just 10 seconds. So let's see. Truck Hell, they need to get these inside. They have a chance, but it's going to be getting very close. They might be getting away, but no, Roadrunner is not going to be able to make it in time. And what is happening here? Let's get those bales inside. No, it's going to be too late. And in the end, it's going to be Astragon. Even with the these last crazy 2 minutes, they will claim the victory in the end.
Oh, I mean, what the heck just happened, Maddie? I mean, it was errors for both teams, and you're like, oh, Truck Hell may have cost themselves. No Astragon, no Truck Hell, no Astragon. Oh man, that's I said it. I planted the seed early on in the broadcast today, Maddie, by saying the safer route teams seem to have adjusted to it a little bit more this season. Not as many accidents. One of those I don't think was necessarily the Stone Bridge that was the problem, but that second one definitely took out Astragon, and luckily for Astragon, it didn't cost them in the end, because that was a must-win game for them, and it very well could have cost them. I think the only thing that worked out in their favor is just 30 seconds earlier, Truck Hell was in the water as well. So maybe it's still warm over in Europe right now, in Germany, and everyone just needs to take a dip still. I don't know what the weather's been like there, but teams are liking the water today for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see the second mistake, how it actually started. Maybe we'll see that on the highlights later on. What I think is going on here, because we didn't see that actually the safer route is actually causing this. It was like a mistakes around it. So I think that, when you go like on the edge of a map, there's this like a fence. So I think some kind of a wizard has taken a place there, and it has casted an evil spell around the bridge, which is like a little bit longer proximity from the bridge. So everything what is happening around the bridge is now caused by that. So there's definitely a new evolvement for that bridge.
Yeah, you very well could be right. That could be the case for sure. Oh, it's been an entertaining matchup, this one, in both good ways and bad ways in the eyes of the teams. Of course, we always like anything that makes us laugh or get excited and have a good time. I'm sure those players are kind of
not liking those mistakes that have happened, but they're always great for us as the casters. And now it's going to the third of the best of three here. One of these teams will move on, and the other one's tournament is going to end right here at the first round of tournament number 5.
There's also another option for those mistakes. I mean, we have those bridges, so maybe somebody has taken a mobile kitchen under the bridge and they're making pancakes and everybody's just like hurrying to get there.
There it is. I know the chat has been waiting for the first mention. We're not going to get as carried away this time, trust me. But pancakes are always in our hearts. Don't worry, those of you, if you're concerned. Astragon and Truckhell here. I expect to see similar choices by both teams. I still don't understand banning one telehandler and not the other. So let's see if Truckhell does indeed also ban the Massey Ferguson this time around, but maybe they want to use it. The Lindner Lindtrack is being banned, and I would assume that means Astragon is also going to pick the John Deere with the manure fork on the front, the 6120M. There it is. So both of those are removed. Those are ones we've gotten used to seeing, and usually it's at the expense of the telehandlers. It's been nice to see some telehandlers in action between these two teams. Let's see if it'll be the same for the third round. They've gone with the Valtra S374, one of the bigger tractors. Very interesting to see that combination of bans, because if you can't ban, you don't ban both telehandlers, maybe that's because you want to use it. But if you only ban one big tractor as well, there's still some of those in play for your opponent to pick. But Truckhell has a strategy and they're sticking to it. Both teams do. We've seen pretty much the same picks every single game. Bottleneck back in play. Both teams with the ideal combine in the case Baylor. And we're going to see the same player picks, I would assume, too.
Yeah, narrow tires and telehandlers. That's, I mean, I kind of like enjoy it. It's different and it's pretty enjoyable as well. Of course, we saw a lot of mistakes being done on the last game as well. Not going to be caused by the picks, but still, I think we are seeing a little bit different kind of games on this series. But there we go. We have the Massey Ferguson for Elite Cafe. We have Chap Call with the Massey Ferguson telehandler as well. The narrow tires are in the play, so it's the same picks when it comes to the perks and the utilities. So we should say a quite similar start. And of course, with the narrow tires, I mean, we saw a pretty good first bale on the last game as well, 144. So there's definitely a chance for another or even room for improvement. So we shall see how well the first bale is going to be working out this time, as we can see that teams are heading out from the gates. Elite Coffee just, just running through the water. And gonna be going for the pad. We'll be getting the John Deere without any issues. Then we can see Marcy and Astragon player kind of like battling from the same Baylor. It's gonna be Astragon. No, it's gonna be Truckhell who's gonna be winning that battle. Sorry, so Roshi needs to just go for the other one.
Yeah, let's see how they play this one out. Last time we saw that spectacular crash at the barn, 144 points. It ended up not really being too much of an issue for Truckhell, but that Baylor still was stuck. Even though they took the time to flip it and got it over, they couldn't get it out because it was hard to pull a tractor in there and get it out of the way. So when it came down to the end of the round and they were trailing in the score, they couldn't pull through with the Baylor and had to take the time to back it up and ran out of time to deliver them. It may have not have been enough of a difference for putting him into the bottom. Anyways, and Marcy hitting it again, this time keeping the Baylor and tractor just about upright and getting 139. Astragon answering Roadrunner with a 136. So both of these teams have been really even through all the first two rounds and then early on here in the third. I don't know who's going to move on, to be honest. Both teams have been kind of neck and neck as it's been playing out.
And I mean, it's a very close, but 3 points of a difference. Also, Marcy, if you noticed, he had a different Baylor, so it was the John Deere model this time. So maybe something has changed on the relationships. Maybe it's permanent. Who knows? Or maybe he just wants to have a change. But anyway, so not gonna be having that damned Baylor this time, causing issues next to the barn. I would say that was definitely well. Of course, we don't know what happened there in the end. I mean, if you ask from me, the kind of like the second mistake with the same baler or the second accident with the same baler when he just came from the safer route and went to the water, it almost like seemed to me that the control would be stuck or something like that. That he just keeps on turning after it. So it was a really strange one. Maybe we'll hear it on the chat at some stage what actually happened there, because I would love to understand. Or did he try to do something different? But let's not worry about that. Let's focus on the game. So the series is 1-1, and of course the winner of this last game in the series going to be also proceeding on the next stage, and the team who's not going to make it going to be dropping down. Truckhill won the first one. Astragon came back, so now it's going to be a battle of the not going to say titans, but the both teams definitely want to advance. So I'm expecting this to be a quite close series.
Yeah, it has been close all the way through so far. Going back to Marcy and the case Baylor and the problems they had. Remember, like the early days of Facebook? I think that Truckell went in to their profile and changed relationship with Case Baylor. It's complicated. That is now the new status. They've moved on, it seems. We've got bail drop and direct delivery as our 12th minute drops. I mean, Truckell has 2 bales pressed, and we saw them go for this previously. Are they going to be in this area? Astragon certainly are, as they're delivering grain at the moment. We've seen this from Astragon getting that grain delivered pretty early on in the rounds. And it's going to be 3-1 here in just a moment. Now we see the ghost mode of Truckell rolling in, so they're ready to answer back and counter. Meanwhile, Truckell's gone into the lead on bale count 6-0, as Truckell is now delivering their grain. So bale drop could be useful for Truckell. They're not going to have time to get it here, though, because Jaspy is delivering the grain. So those 12th minute drops are going to be just kind of left there. Not really useful for either team.
Yeah, and they have more of it as well, but they're going to be settling down with 2.0 multiplier, so they're not going to go for the advantage on a multiplier, so they will keep their cards hidden from the enemy at least for a while. As meanwhile, we can see Astragon just working on the fields. They are collecting the grain. They haven't pressed any bales. So Truckell, I mean, the same strategy which we saw in the first game, that they took the initial very fast lead on the pressed bales. They tried to do the same on the previous game, but in the end, they were not able to utilize it. And also, Astragon was catching up with the bales. So we shall see how it's going to go this time. But the also Truckell, they made the mistakes, as we saw with the first bale on the last game, so now it's not going to be costing for them. So I mean, if Truckell can execute the same strategy which we saw in the first game, and Astragon will go as they did on the second and the first game, I think Truckell, they have a very serious chance here, because it's looking pretty good. Yes, they are losing currently on the grain game, but they can still collect more, and we are still 1:45 away from the 8-minute mark. Maybe we'll see finally some kind of disruptive drop coming in.
Yeah, there's not been a whole lot of that, has there? Like, that super drop was a good moment for Astragon in that second round. In fact, if they hadn't got that, maybe we're talking about Truckell already moving on as one falls off for Marcy. I want to point out JK from Trelleborg, who is hanging out in chat right now. He's almost like a special text chat commentator for us, and he's dropping all kinds of juicy bits of information. So I used to, and hopefully we'll bring back the Friday night scrims soon for like a US evening time hours. And in those, I would sometimes have to play. And yeah, I would rather sit here and be a caster. I made mistakes right in front of everyone watching before, Maddie, where I didn't confirm my tractor and ended up being defaulted into the skid steer. So people are giving me kind of, a little bit of like poking fun at me about my usage of the skid steer. And then, of course, JK says Trelleborg do have a strategy, a tactic that uses the skid steer. But unfortunately, Martin doesn't like it, so it's not likely that we'll see it this weekend. Only Trelleborg could actually like intentionally pick the skid steer and try to find a way to make it work. JK also says we'll see what crazy stuff the Borg have up their sleeves for the next tournament, and maybe we will show something special tomorrow. No one knows. So kind of a little bit of. I feel like he's like sitting there, like doing a evil laugh, and like moving his hand, like his fingers together, like
Well, then we have
crazy
the
tool and
drops.
bail multiplier. Yeah, both of
Yeah.
these could be useful. Which one, bail multiplier we saw last time for the second of the best of three, crazy tool and bail multiplier. I mean, this is a tough one. Do you take the points now? Do you get the extra bails? If you're ready to deliver a bunch, I think you take the points. 30 seconds to go, and time will tell what the teams are going to pick. Here comes Elite Caffey running over. Jaspy looks to be ready to go for bail multiplier. Astragon's going to go for crazy tool. That kind of makes sense to me because they're behind on the bail count. And look, they're running 2 bailers too, Maddie. So yeah, this is a good moment to use crazy tool.
Yeah, but I mean, we can still see that they. Meanwhile, Astragon was unloading all of their grain, so they're completely out of grain. And Truckhill, they still have about 30k in store, so they're gonna be using it. They were waiting for the 8-minute drops to see if there's gonna be like a multiplier or something came out. If there would have been a multiplier, it would have been huge. Silo close would have been huge for Astragon. But they have nothing coming, nothing disruptive. So now still, if Truckhill will be unloading that grain, they're going to be able to make the multiplier pretty even. We can see a couple of the bales have been delivered from the both sides as well. And there we go. Jaspy, he's going to be missing it. No, it's going to be getting inside. It's just the render from this angle. It's almost like was showing that it's going to be going all the way on the concrete instead of the actual silo. So that's going to be fine. So we can see the multiplier coming back, and they can put it on back to 2.0. That's going to be a good timing. They don't get any kind of an advantage though, so it's going to be about the same. But they
that one fell off. No.
The drop which gave one time 30 points, but not for the second time as it dropped away, just like you said it. So the situation is pretty tight. Just what is it? It's like a 19-point difference. That's very close. And look at Astragon. They made with a crazy tool. They made 28 bales. They have so they made about 15, 16 or something like that. But that is a huge amount of bales which they managed to make. And now they just have to start showing them in. And that is exactly what Elite Cafe is doing it. And the belt speed is of course the default. It's a very decent one, so there shouldn't be any problem. As you have 5.5 minutes remaining to get all these bales inside, of course, unless you make a mistake. But they use the crazy tool the proper way. I think that's one of the best uses of crazy tool we have seen. We have seen like somebody gets it, they make like a 1 round of bales, but only with the 1 baler. But we very rarely, I don't think that I have seen at all, that they are actually working with the 2 balers at the same time with the crazy tool on the past.
Yeah, that was the best way to take use of crazy tool, to already have 2 of your teammates out there bailing. And Truckhill as well, I would argue, did not utilize bail multiplier as much as they could. I think they only scored like 2 or 3 bales at that moment where they were getting those extra points. So I think that as far as the 8th minute drops go, Maddie, that Astragon have come out ahead in the equation. They've taken the lead here. They do have a 9 bale advantage. This looks like an intentional drive through the water from Roadrunner. Indeed, it is going back out to the large field for more bales. 4.5 minutes to go, 30 seconds away from the super drop. And now it's different than last round. Truckhill could really use the super drop to go into their favor at the moment.
Well, still 23 bales to deliver. So Astragon trying to, of course, get all of them inside. So we shall see how that goes. Meanwhile, Truckhill, they also have 17 bales, so they have a decent amount of bales as well. But they are losing on the points, so they are about 80 points behind, which is not optimal. So even they have a smaller amount of bales, and even if, let's say, Astragon cannot deliver all of them, still Truckhill, they have a gap to close.
Yeah, and bail points picked up for Astragon meanwhile too, Maddie. So another bad moment for Truckhill, and Astragon looking really good to bounce back from losing the first round at the moment, barring an absolute catastrophe, which we did see them almost shoot themselves in the foot in the last game as well, and it ended up not costing them, getting stuck with the baler and tractor in the moat. Look at all these bales kind of haphazardly around the conveyor belt here for Jup Kyle. 3 minutes 23 to go, and it's almost a 200-point lead at the moment for Astragon. There goes Caffey now into the water. You got to be careful with that, because it's like
watching a game of basketball or something, like bouncing off the backboard there. Like if you hit it too hard and flip yourself over where you can't get back out, that's going to be costly here in the final 3 minutes.
Yeah, that is true. But you're completely right. Astragon, they have a quite significant lead currently, and we haven't seen anything from
Oh, no.
Truckhill that they would be able to counterfeit the strategy. I mean, they haven't been able to, get that many belts on the bales on the belt. We can actually see when you look at the bales around the belt. Look at that. You can see at least 3 or 4 of them has dropped from the belt. So that's actually a
Yeah.
huge amount of bales which haven't gone properly inside. So the problems currently are not by the pressing the bales or the grain game. It's just currently how they're operating around the belt, because that one bale it's gonna go inside in the end. But I mean, that was a close call. It could have dropped. And Elite Coffee at the same time making a very careful job by placing the bales at the middle of the belt. And the second one should be getting inside. That's probably going to be 2 at the same time. Okay, 3 actually with the telehandler. So let's see how that's going to go. Of course, they will not go at the same time because the angle between the bales is not going to be, that good, to be honest. So he has just, like I separately put them there. But it's going to be 60 points on the belt, and that's going to put them all the way to already at 6,500 points, more than that. And Truckhill is 180 points behind. So that's going to be a very complicated situation for Truckhill. And if they keep operating the same way around the belt, then it will definitely cause some issues, and they will not find a way of closing the gap. But they have the bale, so they have to come up with something, and I think that they need some help around the belt.
Yeah, they definitely do. If you look at the two teams and like how their players have been operating around the belt, you can see why Astragon is gonna, come out on top here. I think, like, yeah, drops went their way, but much more organized with how the bales were stacked, and much more organized in how they're stacking them onto the belt too. Where Truck Hell, you could call them bale hell at this point, without their bales are all like strewn about. Look at that, they keep falling off. They're like misstacked on top of each other, and it gets a lot harder at that point to get multiple bales in at one time. So with 45 seconds to go, they're up against it here, and I just see this gap being too significant. They're behind on the bale count. Another one fell off right as the camera changed, but meanwhile, Astragon has one fall off the belt too. And with 30 seconds to go, it looks like Truck Hell are gonna miss out on this opportunity. They looked pretty smooth through the first like 1.5 rounds, and then it just started to flip in Astragon's favor. Another one falls off the belt. They're now having to resort to pushing them into the bottom of the barn. That's not going to be good enough. And in the end, it's 101 points at the moment with 10 seconds to go. Caffey is about to score another one into the top. So 121 points is going to be the difference in the end. And Astragon moves on, Maddie, into round 2 after dropping that first of the best of 3. They bounced back and played 2 really solid rounds. They had drops kind of go in their favor at the right times, but you kind of need a mix of that and also good execution from you and your teammates to be able to come out on top in the Farming Simulator League.
Yeah, Truckhill, they tried to do everything they can, but in the end, they just had a one bale, which they didn't deliver. So they didn't have the bales to counterfeit that gap anymore at any stage. And in the end, also, Astragon, they had 10 undelivered bales. So they were not able to utilize all the bales, which they made with the crazy tool. But yeah, they kept the lead. So everything is just fine. So Astragon will be definitely proceeding for the next stage. I think that you mentioned that, kind of like Truckhill getting the early advantage, then Astragon catching up. And of course, we saw that Astragon, they had some, substitute players on the roster. So I think it just took a while until they get back to the rhythm as a team.
Yeah, I think you're right. You nailed it, because they did seem a little bit uneasy. Maybe the first time that this combination has, played together, at least in an official tournament. I'm sure they've been practicing in preparation for this, but you have to have a really good, strong roster because, I mean, real life does happen at the end of the day. So you've got to be able to bounce back. And we see teams that are able to adapt are the ones that are often most successful. We're going to have a quick break. We'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Hello, we're back, and now joining me is virtual farmer Alex. Man, it's been an interesting day so far. We're halfway through now. We got two more matchups to go. We're gonna have Vulture versus Cortiva here in a minute. But were you watching along, and what did you think of those two teams? Very evenly matched.
I was. It's a really even match between them. It was Truck Hell playing a blinding first game, playing really really well, and then Astragon coming back in those back two games and really sorting out the problems they had in that first game and bringing themselves back into it and taking themselves to win it as fantastic trio of matches. I have to say, you showed up your big stat sheet at the beginning of the last game. And in front of me here, I have the version of it that before you guys.
Oh, so you've made yours into like a book. Nice.
Oh yeah, I've got
yeah.
a nice little booklet with all of the stats in and everything.
Yeah, I cut mine all up and put
anybody who
it on
wants
this
to,
one big sheet.
I was going to say, anybody who wants to look at this sort of while you're watching the FSL, it's available from the FSL website. So just head to fsl.giants-software.com. And download it for yourself. It's got all the information in there, and it's really, really useful. So
it's very nice. Yeah, you can get the same information that we have available, like Alex said. With Astragon and Truck Hell, I think Maddie nailed it, spot on there at the end of the third round. Like Astragon seemed a little bit shaky early on with a little bit of a mix-up in their normal lineup. And then they kind of, settled in and found their groove and started to perform at the level that we would expect them to. Truck Hell, though, very good showing and gave me every reason to believe that, next month they could get themselves onto that circuit point leaderboard, which is where you want to be come November. You just got to be in the top 16 to make it into the finals, as we're going to see these highlights now. This is Jaspy getting stuck early on. We did see some moments from both teams of equipment getting stuck in that second round, especially. We'll see that coming up here soon. That skilled backwards driving there, doing their best to not dump any of that grain. Marcy flying over the bridge as well. Man, you know what, Alex, you've been joining the Farming Simulator League for several years now, 4 different seasons, including when it was the Farming Simulator Championship, and it looked a little bit different, but it never ceases to amaze me that we see something new like every weekend. We see something crazy happening, something that we haven't seen before. It's always entertaining to see these kind of moments where something happens and we get excited and have a good time and occasionally even have a good laugh. Here was Marcy, one of those moments. I've never seen such a good first bale score, but such a disastrous end result with the baler.
Yeah, normally that kind of problem ends up with just a huge issue in the scores, and it didn't seem to affect them that much. We saw some great use of Crazy Tool in these games. It won matches for both teams, won games for both teams. We're seeing that backwards combine unloading tactic. That is, to me, that's new for this weekend, certainly. I don't know if we saw that last tournament. But that's new to me this weekend. And both teams getting so unlucky in that second game with their balers getting stuck on the bridges and falling in the river. And Roadrunner just absolutely getting jammed upside down and round and just could not get those in. But it's really, really good to see new stuff being brought by teams every single tournament, and this tournament is no exception. Look at that. 139. Really good score. Both teams just really bringing it again in these last two matches, and the Astragon taking their mistakes, correcting them, coming out there, doing that 2 balers out there for the Crazy Tool was exceptionally good. And as was being said in the chat, whether they could get them all in, to me that didn't matter. It mattered that they had so many extra bales, and that Truckhell were making so many mistakes getting bales on that final conveyor that they were just able to score more points.
Yeah, there we go. I
Hello,
mean, Kermit's
Copter.
going to be coming back pretty soon. There was, I think, something going on, so he's going to be back later on. So,
Okay.
surprise, surprise, I'm going to be back here.
Ah,
But there we had the replays, and it's going to be definitely lovely to work with you, Alex, once again. It's going to be my third game in a streak until we can get Kermit back online.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, just follow the chat, and you'll know
I think he has. Yeah,
changes.
looking at the chat, he has a bit of a technical issue. So yes. Well, welcome back, Copter. So, what did you think of the last two games?
I mean, it was a nice series, definitely. In the end, I mean, like we spoke with Kermit, I think Truckhill, they had they won the first game. Astragon, of course, with the different player lineup, they kind of found the way, they found the flow, how the team works in, and then they were just getting back to the usual level. So I think they struggled a little bit at the start. Truckhill took the advantage out of it, and then Astragon, they just returned. But we got to be ready for the second, the next game, the third game of the day. So let's see how it's gonna go.
And this is a big one. This is Vultra versus Cortiva. So two pretty big teams. One of them is not going to make it through to tomorrow's finals. We will see which of the two it is as we go into the pick and ban phase. I don't think we're going to see any big surprises here, though.
Yeah, we shall see how it's going to go. But yeah, we can see at least the telehandlers being immediately banned. So we're not going to be seeing the Manitou as we saw on the last series.
I'm back, guys. Oh no,
He's back.
That was a heck of a time to get a blue screen of death, and luckily it wasn't like a really bad one. It came back right away. So not sure what happened, but we are back, and that's all that matters at the end of the day. Thank you, Maddie, for being ready. Just like we talk about it all the time, Alex, where the FSL teams that are most successful need to be adaptable. Same too can be said about the casters. So great teamwork there by Copter, and ready to adapt for the caster team today. It's been an interesting day because, of course, we've got our cameras for the first time, and there's always going to be teething issues and things like that. And hopefully we're good to go the rest of the day now. Vultra against Cortiva. I'm excited for this one, Alex. These are two teams that we've gotten to know really well over the past few seasons. Of course, there's been some shakeup with Vultra this season, but they're still performing well at the moment. Vultra 6th in the standings with 100 points. They've made it to the semifinal, or actually they've gone out of the quarterfinals. They've made it to the semifinal twice and gone out there. And so they've picked up 100 points from those performances. And then Cortiva, meanwhile, has 60 points because they've made it to the quarterfinals twice. So one of these teams is going to move on, and the other one will not be picking up any more points this weekend. So this is a huge, huge match with a lot of implications as the teams are 6th and 8th in the table.
This is also a really interesting match out of the gate with Vultra, especially. They seem to have gone for a really disruptive setup. They've banned a combine. They haven't reserved a baler. And they've got the two small tractors. So neither the Lindner or the John Deere are really good for running a baler. They're going to go out there. They're going to run that large fence baling as much as possible and try to just keep bringing the bales in off the field, I think. It's going to be an interesting strategy here from Vultra, and we'll see how it works against Cortiva. As the teams are off, how are they going to fare on getting those combines? Looks like Cortiva have got their hands on the ideal. And Rublix is going to get the Case Baler as well. Vultra, meanwhile, are out there with the New Holland combine. Although they're not using it, they're just taking it off the stand and taking it out of use. But Cortiva not caring because Rublix is out there getting first bale.
Yeah, Cortiva did have a very good showing last tournament. We see Tita talking about it at the moment, and nobody knows the FSL better really than the players themselves, and it's great to have people like Tita and also JK and others who have been joining us that are actually players joining us in chat. It's always a pleasure to have them around because, yeah, we I think like to pretend we know everything, but no one knows it better than these teams that are putting in all of this
Oh,
time practicing and getting ready for the tournaments, Alex.
completely and utterly, and their insight is always invaluable for telling me when I'm wrong, especially. Soren
Yeah.
coming in
Yeah, 100%.
with the first fail.
Ooh, this is a
119
pretty
from them.
significant gap.
So it is. I'm amazed. Rablix's 143 isn't the biggest first fail we've seen today, which
We
normally
had a 144,
that would
right?
be right up
Yeah.
there. Yeah, 144
Yeah.
last game. So yeah,
And
absolutely
Marcy
incredible.
did it in style by crashing the failure as well. Unluckily, no style points. But yeah, 144 was good. Don't forget, guys, there's a link in chat, at least on Twitch I'm seeing now. Hopefully also on Facebook and YouTube for you all. There's a giveaway going on this weekend. We have one code for Farming Simulator 22 to give away. So go enter that on Gleam. You don't have to be present in the stream when the winner is drawn. You put in your information on Gleam and you'll be contacted via email if you win. Definitely go enter that giveaway. And then the link right before that on Twitch, definitely go make sure you guys subscribe to our new Community Corner YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on all of the content that myself and Chalky and Lars and Dennis, our content manager, as well as working on. We're going to be unveiling a new content plan very soon and be bringing you guys all kinds of different content. And here soon, I'll have a streaming office kind of set up at the U.S. office, a little stream room. So it'll be interesting to see, what we're going to be able to bring you guys. A whole lot more on the way for sure, right here on this Twitch channel and on that YouTube channel in the future. Back to the game, meanwhile, and Dake from Valtra is unloading some grain. We have our 12th minute drops, and we have bridges lowered and herbicide. Bridges lowered, with bottleneck in play can be helpful, but are you ready to go to the barn at this point of the game? Most likely you're not. Herbicide would allow you to just go ahead and drive in straight lines and lay down more straw. So that's what Vulture goes for. I think that's the right pick, Alex.
I would agree with that, especially with them using Big Haul. I'd missed actually that they're using Big Haul. That explains the use of the smaller tractors. That explains why they've been a little bit more disruptive elsewhere. They're looking to try and maximize the use of that truck, and as a result, and the extra points they're having to make sacrifices elsewhere. And it's going to be really interesting to see how they use Big Haul and whether it gives that advantage, especially seeing as they've grabbed herbicide to give them the extra ability to just not have to avoid those weeds throughout their field.
Yeah, it's a very helpful drop for sure at this point. Like, because you're out here with two harvesters and you're able to do exactly what they're doing. Look, they've got two nice long straight lines now, Alex. So definitely a good bit of play there by Cortiva.
And Cortiva are trying to fill. There's a lot more grain there now for Vulture, but that's because they haven't delivered anything yet. I wonder how that compares to the amount that has already been delivered by Cortiva. If there is an 8-minute grain multiplier dropped, Vulture are going to be in a very, very strong position now. Cortiva do not seem to be taking any advantage of the fact they have a 3 times multiplier. I never really understand this. If you are going to drop your grain at the 12-minute mark, you need to be out there delivering bales and making the most of it. Rablix now coming in with a second full grain cart, interestingly though, and parking it up. And I'm wondering if that's why they're holding on to that's why they dropped at the 12-minute mark. Not so that they could score points, but so that they could have a baler there. And are they dropping grain on the ground? No. So 73 50,000 liters of grain sitting there for Vulture at the moment, but 52,000 liters for Cortiva. If the grain multiplier comes up, massive advantage for Vulture at this point. And they're dropping it
Definitely, but
ahead of the 8-minute mark.
I think they kind of have to because they're afraid of the downside. But Cortiva don't really have any bales ready either, so they do have the advantage. Valtra. I think Cortiva played that smartly though, how they're delivering the grain because they are up against Big Haul, and it looks like to me that really Cortiva without Big Haul have the grain advantage as they bring both ideals in now. So that's going to be a significant amount of grain right there. That's like 34,200 liters of grain that they're bringing in. So that's more than the total amount that Vulture has at the moment, as they are unloading more into the trailer now. And then they also have the 30,000 sitting there in the Horse Titan as well. So yeah, Cortiva looking really good in the grain at the moment.
And they're now delivering it with the two perks that have appeared, being direct delivery and crazy tool. I don't think either team is going to be concentrating enough on that to go for either of those.
Yeah, I agree.
And Cortiva now trying to get the rest of their grain in there. I actually think Cortiva are at a disadvantage. In fact, they are at a disadvantage. They are only just ahead. And there's a lot more grain there at the moment for Vulture.
They grabbed Crazy Tool, but I don't think they have anyone out pressing bales right now. So not very useful to grab it when you're not ready to utilize it. We saw it utilized very well with two balers already out pressing in the previous matchup. And this is kind of the reverse here. Looks like they have pressed a couple now, but by the time it runs out, they've only been able to press 3 bales in that amount of time.
So Cortiva are virtually out of grain. They have 3,800 left. They're going to deliver that right now. It's going to get them up to a 2.7, but Vulture have a huge amount of grain, and they're tipping it now. Is it going to be enough? It is. It's enough to give them a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage. This is not good for Cortiva.
They do have the bale advantage right now, which is going to work in their favor, and at least it's not a huge gap. I think Cortiva was playing it pretty well, trying to counter Big Haul and play for Vulture and make sure they didn't end up with a huge multiplier disadvantage. They just slightly couldn't get enough in and end up with a 0.1 disadvantage in the multiplier. We'll see if that's enough of a difference to cost them, as they're ahead by nearly 100 points, but that's about to close now with Vulture about to score 21 points per bale there into the top. That's going to be 42 points on the board as Anton drives away and goes to grab some more now.
And every 10th bale, I think, is going to be an extra bale's worth of points to Vulture at the moment. So it's not a massive advantage, but it's enough that it just slowly builds up until you don't realize that actually you've got a fairly big points advantage. And Cortiva really need to make sure they get these bales in now. They've got 2 bales sitting down there. They need to keep baling, keep getting them in. Vulture is closing that gap, but there is a nearly 100 points difference between the two teams. So Cortiva definitely with a bit of advantage at the moment, but Vulture in a very good position to close that and even things up here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect. We're 40 seconds away from the super drop. Cortiva do look good at the moment. Anything could change, of course. Vulture could really use a super drop in their favor. Something, especially like if it's just bale points, would be huge for them. Or Lord Baylor even to get a couple of extra bales scored. The bad news for Vulture is that since they have the advantage and the multiplier, that's going to kind of work against them when it comes to the weighting, I would assume,
for the super drop. We're about to see what it's going to be. Multiplier switch could be temporarily helpful for Cortiva, but I don't think that would make much of a difference. It is Lord Baylor for 2 bales, but Cortiva were ready. Like as soon as that showed up, they picked the potential area it could be in, and they got lucky. I think that's exactly where it landed. So coming out and getting that, and I think that might be too much of a gap now, Alex, for Vulture to make up with 3.5 to go. But anything can happen.
Very much so. I'm looking at this at the moment, and it's there are two very interesting strategies at play here. The whole one loader tractor sitting back here with 2 balers out there driving back with bales all the time, versus 2 loader tractors going out, grabbing bales and bringing them out for a single baler on a large tractor being in there. I'm going to be intrigued to see how many bales each team manages to press and how many they manage to get back with each go, because it could be a big difference between these two strategies, and that is not loaded on there well enough for Vulture for it to go in. That is definitely going to fall off, and Vulture desperately trying to keep bales on that belt, score those points and close that gap. They're leaving a lot on the ground. They're absolutely not going back for bales that fall off. But looks like Soren has decided to come in and drop bales manually, which is going to cost them because they've got no baler out there pressing bales while that's happening.
Hey, good morning to BT and everyone else in chat that has joined us on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. We're always happy that you guys join us, and we've got one more matchup after this one to come. You'll have Copter and Alex on that one. Of course, the quarterfinals all the way to the final of tournament number 5 kicking off tomorrow, same time, 10 a.m. Central European time, 4 a.m. Eastern time, and it's been awesome. You see the same faces a lot. You see newcomers as well, but we've seen already viewers from almost every corner of the world watching our broadcast this morning, and it really speaks to the volumes of the Farming Simulator League and Farming Simulator in general becoming such a worldwide game now. And it's been a pleasure to have you all join us. Alex, I think that you were talking earlier about how the difference between having 2 loaders coming in and putting bales in and scoring them, it's really insane this season to see at the higher end of the table. If you want to be competing with the likes of Trelleborg and Vermeer Flamboyance especially, you have to be getting really high bale counts. Trelleborg has set the record this season with 53 bales, and I think if you're not around 45 or more when it starts getting to the later stages of a tournament, you're going to find it that you're going to struggle to seal the deal and win the tournament. And that's why Trelleborg is holding on to such a crucial advantage so far this season, winning every tournament so far, because they know exactly how to work together and time things that maximizes everything that they're doing. They're running 2 combines when they need to. They're running 2 balers when they need to. They're bringing the bales in together as well, right at the right times and ready to adapt. So bale count, oddly enough, without Transport Company in play, like bale counts have gone up because of some of the other changes in the patch for Season 4. So there is a potential for a lot of bales to be pressed, and you've got to be ready to deliver a lot of them. And Cortiva is going to take the first one, Alex. And it started off kind of even, but Cortiva looked really comfortable about the midway point through that game. Things just started going their way.
Yeah, Kerman, it is an absolutely incredible play there from Cortiva, bringing in 10 more bales. Now, this is the thing. So they had 2 balers out there and 1 stacker, and they created 10 more bales.
And 13 more into the top, too. Yeah.
It's just, that's why they win that. That's why they take it, because they are able to create more bales. They score more points, exactly as you were saying. You've got to beat it out there. You've got to be pressing the bales, and you've got to be scoring them in the top. because of the whole way that this season is structured.
Yeah.
But even then, Cortiva only got 40 bales in that. And I say
Yeah.
only, we are talking 50 to 60 bales for Trelleborg.
Yeah,
And that you
53 is
can't
the
win.
record. I think anything over 40 is most often going to be a win for you. But as you get further into the tournament, you've got to you've got to squeeze out and press like any extra bales that you can. You've got to find that little bit of an extra advantage to press as many bales as possible. And more importantly, get them delivered because the bale counts are becoming more and more important at the top end of the standings for sure. So for Cortiva they're picking up right where they left off in the last tournament and had a really strong showing. It's interesting to me, Alex, that we've seen Big Hall all of a sudden used more so far today. Last month, when you were on vacation, of course, we had just had a patch and it lowered the cost of Big Hall by a point from 5 points to 4 to pick it. So it gives you a little bit more wiggle room if you do pick it. It's still the most expensive team perk there is, though. So it's interesting, like that we're seeing it used a lot because, as you mentioned at the beginning of the round, when you pick it, you have to sacrifice somewhere else for those points.
I think that I think the first time we saw it used today, it might have been a mistake. I really think that Power Team Esports, when they tried to use it, they then found themselves not in possession of enough points to do other things. And we saw in the
Right.
second match, they immediately dumped it. They went for Unstoppable, and they used that to far better effect. Here, Vultra definitely seemed to be using it on purpose, with that being their aim. And as a result, I don't think they quite got their baler set up right. You need two balers and one stacker. I don't think you can run it properly with just a single baler and two people trying to go out there and get the bales. So we'll see if they alter their strategy this time to switch it around that way. But yeah, without that second baler out there, you cannot press enough bales to properly compete these days.
Oh, we're gonna
we're
have a
heading
slight
for a
delay here.
restart. Yeah.
Hey, you get to
So,
see more of us.
our
Bonus
lovely
face
faces.
cam action. Yeah, exactly. Bonus
great thing is,
Kermit and Alex.
I've been making that gesture when we've had this before, and nobody's ever seen it before.
Right.
And I can't stop moving my hands. I'm because I got my image on the screen. I'm very aware that I'm just sitting here going like this all the time at the moment, which is just
It's funny how I even like. It's funny. I've done a podcast before with Chalky and Lars, and like we did the live podcast there for a while, but then we also had the pre-recorded ones for the official Farming Simulator podcast. And Lars would be like, "Say hello, guys," and even for like the ones that weren't on camera, I found myself like, "Hello," like waving, like no one's seeing it. It's not being recorded, but it's funny. Yeah, I also did it earlier talking about JK and his evil laugh. Like this was the motion, and I did it, and I was like, "Well, no one can see me right now." So yeah, we're just having a quick server restart here, and we'll be back underway. What do you think? Like, are Vulture going to go back with Big Hall, Alex, again, or are they going to scrap that and go with a more viable strategy, something like Bottleneck or Unstoppable, something that we're more accustomed to seeing so far this season?
I don't think Big Hall was their problem in the last match. I honestly think it was the lack of a tractor that could run a second baler. I think they need to not take both those small tractors out. I think they need to have at least one of the larger front loaders at the very least, if not taking two large tractors out and pressing more bales in those closing stages. They even had Soren coming in with their single baler to deliver bales. And you can't do that. You can't take that ability to press bales off the pitch when you've got a single baler. So
they were their own worst enemy, I think, in a way, Alex, because like for a while there, it looked like Big Hall worked out really well because they were disrupting Cortiva. They made Cortiva deliver grain like 3 separate times in that round to keep up with the 2 times that they brought the big haul in. They ended up with that slight advantage in the multiplier, but they just fell behind in other ways. Just the sheer lack of bales and the bale point super drop going against them as well. So interestingly enough, like Valtra have banned the Deutz Fahr here, one of the bigger tractors. And I'm interested to see. It's tough if you go with Big Haul to find out a viable strategy to go with. Cortiva removes both telehandlers, and the final pick for Valtra is banning the Valtra, oddly enough. So 2 big tractors are out now. And let's see if it's going to be more of the same or if we're going to see Valtra switch it up here as far as the team perk goes. In fact, they are going to go with Bottleneck this time around. So they're scrapping Big Haul. They're going with Bottleneck. This is the team perk that we've seen, I would guess 75-80% of every match so far this season. I mean, it has become the go-to strategy.
I honestly think that's a bit of a mistake. I would have kept Big Haul. I would have made sure that I could then pick. I'm just looking at the difference in picking those little tractors compared to picking something of a medium or a larger size. Yeah, there are tractors that they could have picked of a medium sort of size that would cost the same points. So it's a little bit weird to me that they have gone for ditching Big Haul.
Yeah, especially because it seemed like it was the one thing that was going for them in that first round, really. And in the end, it may have ended up like also costing them in other areas because of the points. But I think you're right. Now they're going like for like with Cortiva. And so it'll come down to they have to execute better than Cortiva, and they have to have the drops go more in their favor, which isn't to say that they can't pull that off. But it was the execution of Cortiva that won them that first round of the best of 3. So for Valtra, they have to win here or they are going out in round 1. I mean, this is a huge matchup. Valtra in 6th place, Cortiva in 8th place. And for Cortiva at stake right now is a chance to move on and potentially jump over Valtra in the standings if they can make it to the quarterfinals tomorrow.
I feel that their problem last match was not the Big Haul. It was they pressed 10 fewer bales, and they pressed 10 fewer bales because they only had 1 baler out there, and
Right.
10 fewer bales is 210 points, and they lost by less than 200 points.
Wow.
So that is exactly where the problem was. And you're right. Going and trying to do like for like against Cortiva, you're not playing disruptively. You're putting the ability to win much more in the hands of chance than being proactive about it, and it makes it much more difficult for you to control whether you're going to win or not. That's the trouble.
I agree. And so, I mean, we'll see how this one plays out now because it's completely, kind of changed. They've mixed things up. You've got to be willing, I think, to try different things, and you also have to be able to execute different things. We see Bottleneck used a lot in Season 4, but we've also seen teams be successful at other times with different strategies. And if you can find a way to execute a plan to perfection and it disrupts your opponents, then it doesn't really matter what you pick. It just comes down to the execution of it at the end of the day. So for Valtra, let's see how they execute now, switching from the tactic of using Big Haul and going with Bottleneck.
It's something we see with people who do win games against Trelleborg. They do that wonderful thing of coming in and doing something hugely disruptive against them, and it catches Trelleborg off guard. The trouble with that is always you then need to have a second thing that's hugely
Yeah.
disrupted the second game, because they immediately turn around and and adapt to that disruptive thing that you've done. And it's the same playing against anyone else. Whether you're playing against Vultra or Kitiva, if you come in and you do something massively disruptive, most teams in the FSL cannot adapt to it in a single game to come back against it. And
Bale drop and
just going
bridges
like for
lowered.
like.
I'm not sure that the teams will really bother to go over there unless they're already in the area. Bale drop for one Bale. Neither team has a Bale pressed yet, though, so it would be pointless. And bridges lowered. At this point of the round, you're probably not ready to start going to the barn anyways. So considering where these dropped and combine that with what they are, they've gone without being selected by either team. It's been great, Alex, to see, though, in Season 4 that the 12th minute drops are being picked up more often, because last season, especially by like the second half of the season, those 12th minute drops were not being chosen at all. And it's been nice to see, like, there's different groups now, different groupings for each section of the drops and the super drop, and what can spawn. But also, like, it's more likely now that something useful like Crazy Tool or Herbicide or Direct Delivery can show up in the 12th minute. Even Silo closed in the 12th minute can, kind of disrupt your opponent as well. So that's been definitely a positive in the changes we've seen in this season.
Absolutely, and the great ones to see are when you get a silo closed at the 12th minute, and then you get grain multiplier at the 8th minute, and just wonderfully disruptive stuff from the pickups. Toying with the players is quite nice to see. We've got Soren coming in, lining up their second full trailer worth, ready to drop. And in fact, no, he is going to drop it well before the 8th minute. Oh, no, he's not. He has put in enough to give a 2.1 advantage. Are Vultra going to put a couple of bales in before Rablix drops anything and evens things up? And Rablix isn't going to. So there's about a minute and 20 seconds here, I think, where Vultra could go and score some sneaky points. Try and even up the disadvantage they've got from first bale at the moment. And
it doesn't look like...
and sort of, again, be a little bit of disruptive.
They've got to press some bales, though, to score them, Alex. And as of yet, they've not done so. They're running 2 combines still. So we'll see how it plays out. But not ready to score and take advantage.
No. And that is the trouble with not pressing any bales until the 8th minute. Is that if you're if any bale power-ups come out, you can't take advantage of those either. Thank you for the raid, Tyvalis. Welcome, raid.
All right, seconds away now from the 8th minute.
Oh, we've started to get bales pressed at this point. And Cortiva lined up to drop a whole load of grain, 57,000 litres. And Vultra even up that. And they're dropping in the 8th minute. What are the drops? It cannot be grain related because Cortiva are already dropping grain. It looks like Vultra are going to have, an even amount of grain to Cortiva. I'm expecting this to end up with a 2.0 to 2.0. But what are our drops?
Yeah, I missed them. I didn't see them either, Alex. They're there on the far side, and neither team really has gone for them. So it looks like 12th minute gone, 8th minute. Oh, Crazy Tool picked up just at the last second.
Crazy
by
Tool.
Cortiva.
And that actually is going to be massive. If they've got someone out there bailing at this point, that is going to be pretty massive. They have not got anybody creating bails, though. There is nobody on Cortiva's field at all.
Now there's one pressed. There's two. So they are getting some in. Not the most useful bit of play with Crazy Tool. 11 bales to 8, so it could have been a lot worse for Valtra. So really, Cortiva has the lead. They have a 4-bale advantage now, and Anton bringing 3 in for Valtra, 165 to 124, and now 189 to 124. As I think that we're going to have Copter come in and join in, because Alex is going to rejoin us in a moment, having some technical difficulties. And Copter, I know you're ready. You're sitting there ready to adapt. You're not the hero we deserve, but you're the hero we need, or whatever, however it goes in Batman. But
Okay.
I think it's the other way around.
Yeah, well, I'm here definitely. I mean, every time when there's something going on, I'm here. I'm watching the games. I still have the time to take my hoodie off, but I still have it. But luckily, we are just audio for now. We'll see. We shall see when Alex is gonna be joining back. But yeah, 5 minutes to go, and I mean, yeah, Cortiva took the first game. Valtra, 80 points, 85 points behind. I mean, the situation is looking pretty even otherwise than the scores. The bales are about the same. The multipliers are the same, and yeah, it looks fine. So, and plenty of time. We still have the super drop coming in as well, so we should be fine. And I heard some rumors that maybe, just maybe, Alex is here as well.
Yeah, it was nice to hear your voice for a second there, Copter. And Alex is back with us, I believe. So we'll hear from Copter again. Of course, him and Alex will be on our final matchup of the day. Alex, welcome back.
So yes, so yeah, I had a little bit of a delay issue. I had to refresh my connection. It is should all be working now. It's the wonderful rural internet is once again playing a part, as it does to every so often.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, ideally we'd all be sitting in the same room together, but of course we're all three in different countries too. So it's still nice to be able to be here together and enjoying the Farming Simulator League together, and having us on camera today too. It makes it feel like we're in the same place more. It's been a fun.
I'm also going
to have
to
a lot more to go.
I'm also going to remove my my drink out of the way of the screen so that I can actually see the chat next time I get sent a message.
That's helpful. That's helpful for sure.
It had just overlapped it a little bit.
I didn't see who picked up the super drop there, but Cortiva ahead 409 to 384, 3 minutes 19 to go.
Right, where are we on 420? Ooh, and Valtra take the lead. They do have a bit of a bale deficit, and Cortiva are bringing bales in. And they're extending it at the moment. But Valtra, it looks like they are out of bales. So they are lacking bales in their by their barn. Cortiva, though, is loading the bales in fairly quickly, and now are evening up the points and heading ahead again.
Wow, this is really close.
No,
with 2.5 to go.
Richie is going. He's going for a triple stack. He's going for the triple stack. Is this going to get in there fine? He's actually really good at that. And There we are. On the belt. Up it goes.
3 on the belt. That's nice. Look at that.
That is
60
very
points.
nice. And they're getting close to that combo as well. Vultra need to get some bales back or they're going to find themselves at a massive point disadvantage.
There, they've reset it now off screen, so disaster averted for sure. That keeps them within touching distance with a minute 40 to go. But I don't think they have the bales, and Cortiva are going to extend their lead here. Several more scored via the top. Richie putting 2 more on the belt now, and Cortiva, unless disaster sets in the final minute 20, looking good to move on here. This is a huge result if it holds for Cortiva in the standings because, as we've mentioned, they're in 8th place with 60 circuit points. Vultra in 6th place with 100. And if Cortiva moves on and can make it to the quarterfinals, they would be guaranteed a minimum of 30 circuit points. So they could close that gap on Vultra above them. If they go beyond the quarterfinals, they would actually jump over Vultra in the standings. So this is a huge moment with 45 seconds to go, Alex.
It really is. This could make a big difference to Cortiva's progress through this season. Getting them closer to a better position for the overall finals in a couple of months' time. And yeah, they have got a well over 150 point advantage here. And it's closing. No, it's not closing. It is just increasing all the time. Vultra do not have the bales to complete this. There is nothing they can do with 7 seconds to go. They have got bales up there. It's not enough. Cortiva are going through 820. And that's going to be a huge number of bales that they've got there. Let's see what comes up. How many did they? 37 bales to 33. Still slightly lower than maybe I would like to see for going all the way through to the final tomorrow. But yeah, Vultra managed to up their number of bales a little bit, but I still think that they made the choice with the wrong choice with not going for the big haul again.
Yeah, I think so too. That was really surprising to me. Like, we've seen Vultra have some really good performances so far this season, but Cortiva has been steadily growing as this season is like going on now. It's almost like the opposite of what we saw from these same 2 teams last season, where Cortiva was really strong early on, then kind of faded away, and then Vultra rose up in the standings. It could be reversing that trend a bit here, Alex, in this season. So a big moment for Cortiva moving on, and Vultra will have to go back to the drawing board and be ready for the next tournament to try to climb up that circuit point leaderboard. Only 1 tournament left next month, and we've got 1 match left today. We'll be right back with that right after this break. See you in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. I am once again joined by Copter, and those were a couple of really good games, Matty.
Yeah, there we go. We have the series done with the 2-0, and now it's going to be time for the last game instead. But yeah, I mean, of course, we were doing the game, and we're going to be having the highlights. So I'm going to be trusting that you're going to guide us through what actually happened on the game. But yeah, pretty impressive gameplay, anyways.
I think that the Vultra were a little bit made a couple of unforced mistakes in the first one, especially in their strategy. The second one was much better, but trying to play Cortiva like for like was probably not the best way to go, especially considering the number of bales they were pressing and how easily they were scoring points as a result of that. I think it's good to see Cortiva through to the finals. We've had less of that over the last sort of season and a half. So it'll be interesting to see what they do tomorrow. But today we're going to go through the replays for it in a moment. I've got my fan blowing my sheet away at the bottom here, and it's keeping me. I'm keeping having to go and put my hand on it. But yeah, what do you think to the whole thing that that Kermit was talking about sheer number of bales that we're seeing this season?
Yeah, I mean the bale count and the amount of delivered bales has been definitely. Of course, it has always played a significant role, but I think we have seen that the score lines as the grain game is going on this season quite heavily, and usually, I mean, the teams are able to counterfeit the strategy, so we don't see that many games where the actual multiplier is going to be all the way with a huge advantage for the other teams. So then, of course, the bale count plays a significant role. So of course, we have seen the games which go the other direction as well, that somebody manages to get the advantage on the multiplier, like we, for example, had the first series today. But definitely the bale count, it's a very important factor that we have to follow, and the teams have to follow as well.
And we're seeing here in the first game where Cortiva were very good at getting the equipment they wanted, going in, scoring that 143 first bale, and using it to their advantage. I think Vultra had the right idea with Big Hall here. They only had to do 2 deliveries with their truck in order to make Cortiva do 3. It should have delayed Cortiva, should have given Vultra an advantage, but Cortiva were out there with 2 balers. They were pressing bales the whole way at the end there. They got 40 bales in that last one, and they just made that disadvantage an advantage for them, because Vultra were making that error in their strategy where they could not get enough. Second game, Cortiva coming in, again playing very strong. Vultra trying to match them like for like, but couldn't press the same number of bales. Cortiva pressed fewer bales, and there was only 4 bales difference at the end, but it wasn't enough for Vultra to get the extra in, because they had no multiplier advantage this time, and it shows in that final score. 100 points difference between them meant that those extra bales that Cortiva had made all the difference and won them the game.
That is true. Yeah, I mean, I really love the how they're delivering the bales, like 3 on top of each other's. Kind of like the first 2 will go in, and then the last one like slides, a little bit drops down, and then it just goes inside. It's always a nice looking combo. Well, it's not a combo, but nice looking strategy as well. And like we saw in the first game, that also we had people pushing those 3 bales at the same time, side by side. So I mean, these 3 bale packages, as we can call them, they are kind of like in a way a new element which we haven't seen used that often. It's always like getting 2 there nicely, maybe side by sides, and if there's a third one on the fork, then they will just put that as the last one. But yeah, definitely a small change is always in place.
And I'm looking forward to somebody eventually using that sort of 3 bale setup to cause a combo and surprise the other team who would be trying to counter it at the time. I think that will be a really interesting thing when somebody gets the timing right to do that. We are into our next match now, though. Lintner versus Agrul. This should be fairly interesting. I don't think I've seen a match with Agrul before, so completely open book for us on here. Lintner, of course, we have seen before, a very good team in the FSL, having been here for the last few seasons.
Happy looking chaps.
Oh, they are very much. Manitou is the first thing that has been banned from Lintner, and the Massey Ferguson goes from Agril, which is an interesting choice from them. It means that it's a very open field as to what will be banned for the third and fourth choice. The Fent 1050 Vario, a very powerful tractor for not a huge amount of points. I know it is actually 4 points to select that. The Fast Tractor and the Deutz getting banned as well. So large tractor choices are now limited to the John Deere and the Valtra, which teams have been favouring those two tractors.
I gotta ask, like we saw the kind of like the stat sheet of Kermit earlier. You saw the cardboard he's like holding in front of him. So are these all these stats about the tractors and everything coming out of you, Alex, like out of the memory, or do you have something similar in front of you? What is your method of like remembering all the details?
So the thing that Kermit showed up, where he had all the bits cut out on his large cardboard, I have as a booklet. It is downloadable from the FSL website, and yeah, I do have I have that in front of me whenever I'm casting, so that I can quickly sort of thumb through it and go, oh, how much is that tractor worth in points?
But that's a paper copy as well.
It is a paper copy as well. Yeah, rather than having the PDF up on my screen. I have that in front of me.
Okay. I'm the only one who's having a digital version, and I gotta do something about it. So maybe I'll need something. Maybe we'll need some for the players as well, as they're doing the picks and the bans, that they can check what is what. But okay, that's one thing. Anyways, regarding the kind of like the picks and the bans, there's no huge surprises here, to be honest. So it's a quite similar setup. We do have the narrow tire tractors in use, so we have the cases for the both teams, Bath and Silas, playing with the narrow tire tractors, and now it's gonna be once again the countdown to rush for the first bale, and we'll see if there's going to be any surprises here. We have seen 144, the highest today, if I remember correctly so far. So we'll see if somebody will be kind of like defeating that and getting a better first bale in. And of course, we can see teams once again battling from the utilities. We can see Lindner going for the getting the harvester from the pads. We can see Apollo going for the baler. So no huge challenges. I think the teams are reading each other pretty well on the situation, and now they're going to be getting back to the business and starting to build those first bales.
I have seen that Jenny's mentioned in the chat, Giants, that Agril are actually a team we knew as Koana Academy from last season. So we have seen them in action before, just not in the current season of the FSL. So great to have them back. Great to see them playing, and we'll see what they bring during this match.
I gotta ask from Agril. Okay, now we can see Lindner actually coming for the first bale. So Silas, this should be around 139 or something like that. If it goes in, it doesn't, based on the points. Oh no, he's gonna be reversing it, but that's gonna be complicated. So he needs to stuck it in. It's gonna be stuck. Well, it's not stuck. He just needs to take some more power. Just use those horsepowers you have available. But no, it's gonna be still on its way, as Bath is gonna be getting it fast as well.
There we go.
Just a 1 point difference.
Wow, coming at it from completely the wrong angle there, Silas. And unfortunately not quite able to get it in for the extra point. 123 to 124, so very even going into the rest of the game with that first bale.
But the before the first bale, I was going to ask a question, because of course, I mean, Alex is as a native UK, well, a person, a living being. So of course, Agril is like it's about the name. So I mean, it heavily like hints the direction of agriculture in a way. So does Agril actually mean something? Is it something something that I don't know from your language, like a native word actually?
Not as far as I know. I am gonna have to put it into Google and find out, because I'm wondering if it is the name of a. Yeah, it seems to be the name of a company, I think.
Okay, so it is actually a company working on the fields, because I thought that the name is definitely, you know, hinting to some direction. It's not just something that the guys came up that, yeah, we're gonna
Well, I
call us
don't know. Do you
aggro.
know what? I'm not 100% sure that they are sponsoring the team, and I'm sure I'll be corrected in the chat.
Okay, so
yeah,
let's
there
maybe
is a
stay away
company
from that
called
topic.
Agro.
Seems to be like a dangerous
Yeah,
ground for
I
now,
think
as
that
it's
might
a
be
real
worse.
company. So let's just wait for the answer from the chat, and then if we have said, or if it's wrong information, we can blame the guys on the chat instead of taking the blame ourselves. 12 minutes came already, so we had the drops, and of course, as I was focusing on something else, at least I didn't see the drops. Nobody has yet picked anything, so maybe we'll see them for the second time if they were on the screen
Okay.
already. And there we go, Crazy Tool and Speed Limit.
I think it is the company because the logo on the website matches the logo in the that they're using in the FSL, so that would make sense. I believe they
Okay,
are.
so now we can
sponsored
call
by
you
the
like a
company
virtual
Agro.
inspector. Private Eye Alex.
Crazy Tool versus Speed Limit. I'm not surprised they're going for Speed Limit at this point because neither of them have a bailer out on the field. And that means that there is no point. Agrol have picked up the Speed Limit and have slowed Lintner down. Does not look like Lintner are going to meet or are going to match it. So that's a good advantage, a good disruptive piece of play there from Agrol. That will give them a nice advantage in doing getting extra grain in and possibly pressing more bales.
Yeah, yeah, they will definitely use it for now. At the same time, I mean, Linter, they have been also unloading a bit. So they're pretty tight with the situation. It's going to end up, the kind of the early grain battle is going to end up with a 2.0 multiplier for both. So no huge changes there. We don't see any bales coming for the teams either. So they're still in a way of doing them. As we can see both teams on the fields doing the work. And we shall see how it's going to be advancing from here. But yeah, so far it's a pretty similar situation. Only 1 point difference, which is 0.0 bales on Alex's terms. And for now, just teams are just, you know, building for the next phase.
How are we doing on grain? So an extra 1 to 2,000 litres available to Agrol at the moment compared to Lintner. And interestingly, Agrol have delivered slightly more grain than Lintner as well. So yeah, there's a slight grain advantage to Agrol at the moment. I think that might be due to the slowdown that they managed to pick up. It's just given them that very slight advantage. It has increased to about 2,500 liters at this point. So
yeah, I guess it comes all the way down to the. Yeah, I think it's coming down all the way to the timing when they're going to be using it, because that's that small advantage which they have. It's about, I mean, it's not going to take a long, you know, just 1 minute, less than 1 minute to collect that amount. So if they're going to be waiting with the unloading, that might be close. But we can see now that it is actually increasing all the time. So now it's like 5K already, and we can see Agrol already, you know, placing, and also Lindner placing their utilities right next to the silos and the unloading. It seems that this time they're going to be waiting for the 8-minute drop to see if there's going to be any disruptive drops that might be, you know, beneficial for them. I would love to see that there would be like a silo close and both teams actually picking that up. So then, then it would be both teams just waiting for some time until the cards are revealed to the table. And of course, then, you know, even Lindner could be collecting a little bit more grain, and that kind of like had the means to counterfeit it. But in the end, Agrol, they have 10K more, which is actually a significant difference when it comes down to the multiplier if they're going to be floating that down. And now the 8-minute is coming. It is silo closed, and it is grain multiplier.
And it is
both
grain multiplier.
drops are there.
Now this is dangerous. What are the teams going to go for? Are they going to go disruption, or are they going to go for extra points? This is a really difficult choice, and yeah, you do not want to be the first one to jump on this. because
Yeah, they're gonna be waiting for the last
Oh.
second. I mean, we can see Zerzeros just waiting there.
So,
I'm just
look,
wondering
here
if that's
it
actually
goes.
time
Liverpool are
wasted.
going for great multiplier, and immediately Linda go for silo closed. What's the difference in
Yeah.
time? It is identical. There is no advantage here to Agril. They cannot drop their grain.
Yeah, that is a nice pick, to be
Beautifully
honest.
disruptive gameplay.
Yeah, and let's see how Linear wants to play this then in the end, because they can start unloading it, and they actually, well, they have done it as well. They're gonna leave like 12.5K on the bank. Now they're gonna unload the remains of it. And now if they have any bales, they do have 10 bales. It's a good time to actually get some middle way points, as we can see that Silas already putting those bales on the belt, and they do have about 50 seconds of time to do so. The belt is super slow, as we can see, but they should be able to get some points inside of the 2.8. That's gonna be about 90 points on the belt, so they should be taking an early lead here. But how it's going to go from there, that is the question. Can Agril, they should be able to turn the situation upside down, because that 51K is more than putting the multipliers back on even. So, yeah, so it all the way comes down to the last seconds now.
They need to score as much as possible. They know 10,000 extra liters are going in for Agril. That was the only play they could make. Grain multiplier would not have benefited them at all. The fact that they've managed to disrupt and prevent Agril getting extra in during a grain multiplier is huge. But they are not that far ahead, and they need this. They need as many points to score while they have an advantage in this multiplier as they can. And
Yeah, I just wanna see
why
when
are
they-
Agril putting bales in?
I guess
That's a
they,
huge
yeah, they will.
mistake.
Yeah, but they will start unloading at the same time, and they know that the belt is going to get a little bit slower. So they should be. I mean, the first two bales will just miss the kind of like the multiplier, but now they're going to be already getting back on even. They still have 15K in store, so in a way, they knew that the multiplier is going to change. So that's going to be a couple points at least with a better multiplier. But yeah, they're not going to be unloading a huge amount of them, as we can see. They are only 139, so the lead is already 200 points for Lindner. So they definitely used the kind of like the middle play just like they should have done it as well. And
here we go.
yeah, and now Agril unloads.
They've still got 1,000 liters. I don't think it's enough to put it up to a 2.4. But yeah, why they put those bales on that belt before they got to this point on this multiplier? They knew they were going to be ahead on the multiplier, and they still scored points with bales at 1.4. Just seems to be a fairly big unforced error, that. They now have 200 points to catch up, but they are scoring 6 points extra for every bale they deliver. They just need to get those bales in there.
Yeah, but the multiplier, I mean, if it's 6 points more, you have to put quite many bales to catch up with the score situation. So if Lindner can actually just, keep delivering the bales, I don't think that multiplier is going to be changing. So those kind of like middle gameplay bales coming from Lindner, they kind of like change the whole situation. And now even as they have made the multiplier to work as their advantage, they can't really change the situation. Super drop is here. We can see multiplier switch coming from Lindner immediately. That is on the drop, and now they have 2.3. And if they can actually use this, get those bales on the belt, Lindner as well. And if they can utilize this, that's going to be huge. But it's going to be so short time that it's not going to be changing much of the situation. There will be a couple points coming from Agril. And I think that they missed some points, but not that many.
In fact, yeah, it was good timing from Lindner. It switched it for and put 2 bales in for Agril at 1.7, which is going to harm Agril. There has been some wonderfully disruptive play from Lindner here. When you are this far behind in a multiplier, you absolutely have to be as disruptive as possible. And Lindner have been exactly prevented the Agril taking advantage of the grain multiplier, closing the silo, which they absolutely had to do in order to win this. And they managed to get a multiplier switch and deny 12 points from Agril. Really, really good play. Absolutely impressed by how Lindner are approaching this. They do have issues. I mean, they are massively behind in the multiplier, and it looks like it's causing Agril to make unforced errors now. That
Yeah.
is, they're desperate to get these points in, desperate to score these bales, and they're putting bales on their belt badly, and they're dropping off, and they
Yeah,
need to get these points in.
Yeah, maybe a little bit lucky with the first bell because it dropped earlier. There was definitely a chance that it actually stuck on the barn doors as well and caused the second bell to drop as well. And there was a good observations on the chat as well. We were asking like why there was a one bell coming from Agrol on the belt, so they were kind of like denying the combo coming from the Lindner side. So there was actually a bales going inside, and they could have had a combo. So that's why they put the one bale in, as we were asking like why they're doing it at the moment. But that's that situation. It's gone. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. And I mean, I don't see Agril now coming back from this situation. To be honest, I don't want to sound negative, but yeah, when we take the facts that they have a slight advantage, yes, but they are more than 200 points behind, and we have 1.5 minutes to go. It's going to be very hard. They will need like a huge amount of bales, and that's going to need some kind of a mistake coming from the Lindner side as well, because they are almost reaching 600 points. Agrol is, yes, closing up a little bit. Apollo, I don't know what's the case here. Maybe he was like wondering which
I think he
take.
overshot the bridge.
Yeah, and you don't want to go to the water.
I think he missed his turn.
Yeah, could be the case. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, we have seen a couple of these situations today where they have been like, strange turnings around the bridge areas, and now Lindner just, they will just continue to grind. They have the bales, just 2 more bales for Agrol currently in store, and the 50 seconds to go. So even if Agrol gets all the bales inside, and even if Lindner misses like a couple of these bales, still they should claim the victory from the first game of the series. That's going to be 4 bales getting inside, and that's actually quite a lot of points. That's going to be almost a 100 points, just a shy left from that, and bales at the same time dropping from Lindner, so that's going to be closing the gap. We can see also bales dropping from Agrol's side as well. They don't have the time to get those extra points anymore from those. There was a chance, those 2 bales, they could have changed the course of the ending, but now they just have to shove them on the first floor, and that's not going to be giving that many points. Lindner, they will nicely close the game with the last bales on the belt, and this is a done deal. What do you think, Alex?
Absolutely. They needed even with every single bale going in there, I think the most they could get was an extra 60 points. 30 seconds left. It was all over, and it is now. There we go. 29 bales to 32, and 4 undelivered bales for Lindner as well. That is, and they still took it. That is quite a good play from Lindner. As I said, hugely disruptive game. Shows exactly why you disrupt your opponents, because Agril put Lindner at a massive disadvantage early on, and Lindner just disrupted the hell out of Agril for the rest of the match and went and won it.
Yeah, I mean, not that often we see the silo closed and the grain multiplier coming at the same time. And I think the timing, how they used and picked them, that was a pretty perfect one, to be honest. And of course, I think that it was like a scene that the other one's going to be taking the grain multiplier, and then they were just waiting for the silo close. So great play on that situation. Very good timing as well. I think the difference between picking the drops was just like a 1 second or something. So very fast reactions to the situation.
And Lindner would have been in a lot of trouble if they'd gone for grain multiplier. Both teams had gone for grain multiplier. The extra 15,000 liters that that Agril had would have made that multiplier even worse overall. And so the only thing Lindner could do was, as soon as Agril picked up that grain multiplier, block the silo, reduce the possibility of that advantage happening, and then taking advantage themselves by delivering their grain with their silo open at the time and scoring as many points as they could while it was open. And that's exactly what they did. And brilliant play from them. Absolutely fantastic.
So what do you think, Alex, about the second game? Do you think that there's actually a chance that the course of action can be changed? Do you think that we see that kind of a dominance, that it's hard to come back from the current 0-1 situation? Or what do you think about the next game? Can we expect something to change?
I think if Lintner play the same sort of disruptive game again, then they'll take the second game. Agril need to, and if Lintner do, Agril need to come back and do the same thing to them. They need to be looking for ways to disrupt Lintner and cause them to think on their feet and work out how to do it. It's a tough one for them to counter because it's very difficult to counter on the fly disruptions like that.
Well, I know that the earlier on the broadcast, Kermit also mentioned that we shouldn't be talking about that much about the pancakes, but I can't be helping without following that there's actually people saying a lot of it. So I do have my pan here with me. I can just start making them immediately after the broadcast. So I do have my pancake pan with me.
Fantastic! I was just to say, I am gonna have pancakes for breakfast tomorrow because that way I won't feel hungry throughout the whole stream, having had my pancakes.
It's definitely something that we are missing. And all the viewers are missing it as well because as we are talking about it, they will just get hungry. I mean, we can already see all kind of commercial licensing ideas coming up on the chat as well. I do have a feeling that when there's going to be next like a farming simulator event like on site, there needs to be a place where you can buy pancakes. I don't see any other way.
We need a crepe stand next time.
Well, anyways, we do have the second game of the series starting, and Lintner on the lead. Agril, they will have to come back somehow from the situation. The bans are pretty much the same. The telehandlers are actually, both of them are banned. So we have the narrow tire tractors once again available. So we'll probably see them being utilized, maybe with the first bale, and maybe somebody can actually, get a fast first bale and take that early advantage and kind of like, maybe put the whole situation to a certain direction. But let's just wait for these.
And interesting choices. What is the difference between those two balers? I have looked at this before, and basically that case baler that has a slower work speed than the New Holland, but it has a slightly lower fill volume as well. So I think it's much of a muchness between those two balers. I'm not sure it particularly produces a huge amount of extra bales one way or the other.
Yes. Okay, so there we go. The last player picks are coming in. No surprises here, to be honest. We can see the Lintner's runner perks, Archimedes under pressure, the same perks which we have seen. Also, the narrow tire cases are coming in for same players. Bath and Silas, they played with the same tractors on the last game as well. So this should be quite a similar setup from the both sides. And now we just wait how the first bed is going to go. We saw some problems for, was it Agril's side? They had a great start, but then or was it Lintner? Actually, it was actually Lintner. It was Silas who was kind of like trying to force the bale in, but it got stuck a little bit between the vehicle and the barn door, unfortunately. But there we go. The guys are back on the field, and now we seem to be having a slight challenge here on the harvester between the teams, and it's going to be in the end Agril, Damien.
Agril takes both combine.
Yeah, they'll take the ideal. I think there was like two challenges, and they will win both of them.
I think they got the John Deere as well, and they didn't quite get the John Deere. No, they have got both ideals. That was what gave them the grain advantage last time. Was both ideal combines allowed them to hold more grain, and therefore allowed them to have that massive grain advantage. I mean, it was ridiculous. So they'll be looking to go for that again. They just need to try and disrupt Lintner a bit. Lintner coming in for first bale. Silas, I don't think he's going to swing it in. No, too slow for that.
But it's going to be good points anyway.
14 minutes. Much. Oh, no. He's gone too far the other way this time. 132.
Oh, that is some bale handling skills, I would say. Like, wrong direction. I'll just take it back and change the course. Nicely done in the end. And there we go. Bath is going to be, 11 points behind for Agril. for now. So it's not the craziest first bales, but it's got to be still, I mean, not like a huge mistakes happening here. There was definitely a chance for Littner to be just a little bit faster as well. But you gotta respect that if the players want to take the safer approach. We have seen quite big mistakes happening on the path with the first base, where they try to toss that and then it gets stuck like very badly, and it's gonna take a lot of time. So I think this is like more like you know it's gonna go this way. You know that's gonna be getting at least this many points, and then you can like have a strategy which is not like pending from the first bale that much. So I respect that teams are taking it sometimes a little bit easier. Probably Trelleborg is not gonna take it easy tomorrow, what I heard. But for these teams, I can definitely understand that they don't really need the high bale at the start because the strategies are generating so much differences between the teams already.
I'm just looking at the chat. It looks like Josh missed your pancake pad, unfortunately.
Oh well,
And,
it is
and
what it
seems
is.
to be descending into chaos.
I mean, I just had it here,
Also,
so
I would
why not use it?
I would very much like an FSL branded pancake pad. That would be
I
fantastic.
already had a bad idea, as I saw the chat as well, talking about the FSL pan. And well, I mean, I do have a 3D printer, and I could always print a pan. Of course, I couldn't use it in real life. It wouldn't be like a full steel, but at least I would have a pan with the FSL logo. Wouldn't be a bad idea. So maybe we'll see that happening sometime in the future. I still have time for the next online tournament to be working with the models, but that's a different discussion. We'll just see. Maybe I'll surprise you on the next broadcast, or maybe I don't. So I'll just keep you guys on your heels. And now with the cameras, of course, we can definitely bring some new stuff on the screen as well. That's we have seen the paperboard already, and we have seen a pan. So the question is, what is the next thing we gotta be seeing?
Lintner going for direct delivery, which actually is a really good idea for them. They do not have the capacity in the combines, in their combine, because they don't have the ideal, and therefore they are just immediately delivering grain in, and it means Agro had to now come in and deliver their first lot to counter it. Does mean Lintner are going to be delivering a really good amount of grain, and at a time when Agro won't be expecting it. So I'm liking this a lot. This is, again, good disruptive gameplay from Lintner here.
And guys on the chat, be careful with the hashtags. And check your writings before you put it out. But I know sometimes, especially the mobile device keyboards, they are causing action. Maybe I'm the only one, but I'm really missing the mobile devices which actually had buttons in it. I know that they took the space.
Anybody who's ever read one of my tweets knows how bad I am with the mobile keyboard. And Twitter needs to give me an edit button now.
That's not an excuse for the players. They're not playing with the mobile devices, so if they have any issues with the first bales or anything like that, they can't blame the capacitive display. They need to blame the actual movements of the fingers or whatever they're going to be using as a control devices. So that is a different story. Suddenly, I mean, with a good company like with you, Alex, we are already on 10-minute mark, and the situation is the same. With the scoreline, nothing has been happening, nothing has been delivered since the first bales. The grain is being collected. Lintner, they have the advantage, but both teams are still collecting the grain. We can see Agro actually getting more of it. And I mean, just 1.5 minutes for the drops. We saw what crazy action we had with the last drops on the last game. So we shall see if the 8-minute drops are going to be once again doing the tricks for the teams. But for now, I don't think that they're going to be starting to deliver, because it's only like a 1 minute plus. So they'll just wait for it. And then I think that will be one of those crucial moments of the game once again, if the drops are going to be getting or giving anything disruptive.
They are not going to deliver now, Agro. They've got 10,000 litres extra. And this time, Lintner don't have the advantage that they had last time. Well, actually, it came at the 8-minute mark, so it may still happen. How horrible would that be for Agro, for silos closed and grain multiplier to come up together again? that would just be devastating for them, I think.
Yeah, 30 seconds and then we shall see what is going to be coming. But if you're right, or if it's going to be, disruptive drops coming in, this is going to be an interesting series. I mean, Agri definitely, they're collecting more grain. They're still going to continue collecting. As Lindner, they have stopped. Of course, Agri, they have a slight smaller multiplier at the moment, so they're going to be needing more grain as well. But yeah, now we're going to be seeing the drops just in a matter of seconds, and then we shall see will there be any disruptive ones. And the grain is already there waiting next to the silos. Damien is already running to the fields. There we go. Speed limit and bale
Oh,
drop. That's not
wow.
going to be affecting the grain at all. And that might now turn a slight advantage towards Agro if they decide to unload all of their grain at once.
Yeah, here goes the grain, and Zester's gone for speed limit, so that will slow down Agral's bale production. But Lindner now needs to meet their grain delivery, and they are doing so. Can they? They just don't have enough to end up with anything other than a massive multiplier against them. It is going to be down now to how many bales Lindner can produce and how easily they can score them, and it's going to be difficult. It's 2.1 with both teams got about 20,000 liters available. Now it's squaring up. Here we go.
It is
Yeah,
even.
5,000 liters available to Agro, where over what Lindner have. They need to score these bales while they have a multiplier that is not horribly against them. And it's already shifting the other way. And it's a 2.2 to 1.8. Every bale that is delivered into the top by Agro will now score an extra 4 points over one that Lindner delivers. Yeah, Lindner need to really start scoring some points here.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to close the gap, they have to deliver about 10 bales more to get 40 points. So that's gonna be hard, as the bale count is the same. So we shall see. I mean, it's looking pretty tight. Of course, Lindner has taken the early lead, but Agro can still close that down. So I think it's once again it comes down to the speed of how they are operating and putting the bales on the belt. Do we see those 3 bale combos, for example? Well, not a combo, but 3 bale packages, for example, being delivered on the last seconds. Oh, Zerzerus. I don't know what happened there, but on the middle of the road, he decided to start breakdancing once again.
Yeah, I think he tried to do a jump over the bridge, get a little bit of air, and managed to just clip it slightly wrong, sent him flying.
Well, there's a reason why we have replays, so hopefully we're gonna be seeing that at some stage. But the score situation, so about 53, well, it's not about, it's exactly 53-point difference between the teams for now. And Agro, they're gonna be starting to close it up. The bale difference is the same, it's 2 bales. So, I mean, if these teams would now deliver all the bales they have with the current multiplier, it would be still a very slight, maybe a 1 bale lead for Lindner. So we shall see how far this is gonna be going. And still plenty of time remaining. We still have the super drop as well, so the things can change. I think it's gonna be very close series. So if somebody wants to take a huge advantage, or make let's say a significant gap, there needs to be a mistake, as Zerzerus once again juggling with the tractor on the safer route, will be getting away, but definitely that costs some time.
And yeah, I don't actually think, even with their advantage, that Agro will have enough points to close this up. They've got 3 extra bales, which has now turned to 1 bale withering. Now this is a massive. I have got it, so that has evened up the bales quite nicely for them. They've still got a good lead. And yeah, there are not enough bales out there on the field to close that gap, I don't think. It would only be if everybody delivered all their bales, it would be really close.
Yeah, it seems
It
to
would
be a
be
close
really,
series.
really close.
Yeah, look at that. Now it's going to be just 11 points. There's going to be 2 more bales getting inside. So Agrol, they're definitely closing the gap for Linder for now. And if they can keep the same speed, I mean, we don't see currently any bales. Okay, now they got to put some in on Linder, but the gap is still a very small one. I think there's going to be 1 bale going inside on the first floor as well. And so yeah, it's very hard to read how it's going to go down. So it all the way comes down to the efficiency of the teams. How they're stacking the bales in. We don't see that many bales on the Agrol's side, right next to the bell. There's going to be delivery, so that is definitely a signal that they still have plenty of bales on the fields, which they need to deliver all the way in. Of course, they still have the time for it, so it's not going to be maybe a huge thing. But for now, they cannot be closing the gap that heavily at this stage, as they don't have the bales put inside. Meanwhile, Lindner will be just getting those bales inside. Not going to be that many points, but still they will claim about the same lead which they had, let's say, like a minute ago.
This feels like a slow bleeding out of Lindner at the moment, to be honest. There's not that big an advantage to Lindner. They are getting bales in, which is why their bale count is so much lower, but the scores keep getting really, really close, and there is now a 7 bale advantage to Agrul. If Agrul get everything in, they will win this. And they've got the time to do it.
Yeah, let's just wait for it. But it's definitely, it might be the case. So it's very hard to say. There was 1 bale dropping from Lindner. Then they would have had 6 out of 10 bales from a combo. But Agrol anyways put the bales on the bell, so they would have denied that. So it didn't make a difference, to be honest. Zerzerus has been a little bit in trouble with the tractor and with the bales as well. Now it's going to be going all 3 wide from the safer route. Going to be going pretty slow as well. Agrol getting the points. There will be more of them coming in. They will take the lead at this stage. But meanwhile, Lindner, they have been able to make those bales as well. But the multiplier is on the side of Agrol. So this is going to be getting close. But Agrol, they have taken the lead. And now it's going to be all the way coming down to the moment who's going to be getting more of the bales inside. We have 6 out of 10, by the way, from the combo on the Agrol side as well. But these bales from Lindner will definitely deny that in time. So they will claim those points. And yeah, the last 50 seconds are starting, so this is going to be one hell of an ending.
Yeah, I think it's equal number of bales left. It is a 80-point advantage to Agrol. At this point, it really feels like Lindner have fallen behind and are going to find it very, very difficult to come back. They are being matched bale for delivery with Agrol, and Agrol have just got the bales and the points and the multiplier. It's everything is against Lindner.
Yeah, those last 3 bales which they now had on the belt, they are definitely getting a victory out of this, because we can see that Lindner, they cannot even put all the bales on the belt. They're going to be putting something on the first floor. It's going to be about 90 points of a difference. And in the end, it's going to be Agrol who's going to take the second game on the series and put the scoreline to 1-1. So we're going to be proceeding all the way to the third game of the series. And that's going to be deciding who will be the last team to proceed on the next round. So still 1 game to go. But in the end, Agrol, the point difference is going to be about 93 with my quick math, if I'm reading it right. So that's I mean, it's a pretty clear difference, to be honest.
And this is the thing. This is where Agrol were outplaying Lindner in the first game. Is that they are just getting so much more grain in, and they are able to use those ideal combines to much better effect. And that, I think, is going into this third match, this third game. This is what Lindner need to counter. They've got to prevent Agrol getting both ideal combines, because if they get both, they just get so much extra grain.
Yeah. I mean, the first game was okay. The second game was quite different than the first one, to be honest. I mean, it was a pretty even situation for a longer time. The grain game was definitely different. We didn't have those disruptive drops coming in either. So I would say that it's hard to tell what we're going to be expecting from the third game. But in the end, we have seen the grain still playing a significant role in almost all of the games today, and I don't think that the last game of the series is going to be any different. And we saw that the teams are definitely more careful when they're unloading it. They're not really like showing all of their cards at the same time. That now we're gonna be getting a huge advantage from the multiplier. They will just put it slightly, maybe get a 2.1, and if they still have something remaining, they're gonna use that on the later stage to kind of like at the time when they know that the opposing team is not counterfeiting that strategy anymore. They don't have the grain anymore. They have used all they have, and if they have anything in the store, that's good. So kind of like hiding how much grain you can still use. That's definitely the way to win the multiplier on your side.
Absolutely, and it is. I think this as I was saying, this last game is very much going to be about those early grabs, about which machines people get, and we will see how much advantage or disadvantage that gives based on what they get. But if I was Lintner, I would definitely be looking to have an ideal selected, or and be grabbing the one that's on the podiums. I would possibly even be tempted to go and ban the ideal outright. I think that would be massively disruptive to Aggle's game. It would cost them a whole load of points, but it would be. I think it might be worth it. We'll see what they do though as we go into the third and final game of this match, and in fact the final game of today.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that ban happening. It would be definitely something different for a change. We have seen the same bans. I mean, of course, quite often we have seen the narrow tire tractors and the telehandlers being banned. And today it has been more about like either of them not being available. So either we have had the telehandlers or the narrow tire tractors. And actually, on the first series, I think we had both of them available all the time, and we saw both of them being used as well. So telehandlers and the narrow tire tractors being used at the same time. But there we go, Vario. We can see Manicho, so we can expect that maybe, just maybe, we have all the telehandlers and narrow tire tractors being banned once again, like a full lineup from these types.
It would cost them a point to ban it, but I think it would be a very disruptive thing to do, especially against Agril, where the reason why they could have won the first one and the reason why they won the second one is because they had both of those ideals. If you wanted to disrupt their strategy, that would be a great way to do it.
Well, the case is being banned, so that is something.
They've only banned one telehandler, which is odd. And it's the Manitou that got banned as well, isn't it? I think.
Yeah,
Ooh,
it is.
Linda mixing things up. They are going for Big Hall.
Yeah, this will be different. So we shall see how that's going to be working out. What do you think about this one? I mean, we have seen Big Hall a couple times today. We saw that on the previous series, and then we had it once picked but never used on the first series. So if we take this strategy and then the grain game we have been talking about, do you see that the Big Hall can disrupt the strategy in a way?
So the amount of points it costs to pick Big Hall over either Bottleneck or Unstoppable is it costs an extra 3 points. Whereas to ban that ideal would have cost an extra 1 point. I'm not sure that having Big Hall is more disruptive than banning that combine, if I'm honest. I see why they're doing it.
There's no perk.
Well, they're trying. Well, they've run out of points because they've gone with Big Hall, so they've lost the ability for a player perk. They've switched up their player perks as well. So the one that they've got is Head Start instead of Under Pressure. I think it was. They got under. No, they have got Under Pressure instead of Archimedes. So they're not unloading as quickly from their combines. I think Big Hall, even at a 4-point pick cost, Big Hall is probably costing them a lot more than that. So I'm intrigued. They're definitely trying to up their grain game, and I applaud them for that. I think that is fantastic. I'm just not sure Big Hall is worth it compared to doing something that's maybe a little bit more disruptive.
Well, we shall see. We shall see how the last game is going to go and how the big hole will be used. And there we go. The first bales are being pressed, and I mean, Lindner is actually very close to the bridges, so this could be a good first bale, even though the time is running out. 10 seconds, and we can see Zerzeros just getting away behind the harvester. Going to be using the first drawbridge to get there. It's going to be, if he can actually toss that in, it should be a high 130s, 137, maybe 8
Oh,
actually.
nice.
So that's going to be good, and we can see Baff actually following on the Agro side. Seems to be a more safer strategy. Decides to go from the other direction, not going to be swinging at all. And we can see Zerzeros already getting on the other side. Baff not going to be making any mistakes, and that's going to be 123. So 15-point difference. So that is 3/4 of a bale.
I have noticed that Lindner had Silas delivering the first bale, the last, who was much more cautious at it than Zerzeros was. And the result of switching that up and getting somebody else to do that first bale has resulted in them having a significant advantage as a result.
Okay, so now the cards are coming to the table, slowly but steadily. The grain collection once again is being done. We can see the handsome driver of the big hall as they will just start up the engines and gonna be moving the utility on its respectful place on the playing grounds. And meanwhile, we can see Agro. They will just grind the grain. They were a little bit faster to collect the grain on the last match, and it seems to be the situation for now as well. The gap is very small between Lindner and Agrol, but Agrol is just slowly but steadily increasing the gap like hundreds at a time, and in the end they could be having about a 5k lead when it comes to the situation that when we are watching it. But now we can see that the big hole is going to be used. Silas unloading it, and I mean, there's got to be a reason why they picked it up. So there should be that Lindner should be able to collect a bigger amount of grain, of course, than the Agro.
Well, we saw this last match. Yeah, it was a couple of games ago today, where Big Hall meant that Vultra were able to only have to go twice to the sell point, whereas Cortiva were forced to go 3 times in their first game. And I think that's the kind of thing that Lindner are looking to do here. They're trying to get a big amount in with the big haul and counter the extra grain that Agrol have been bringing in every match so far. Now it does look like the one thing that they failed to do is prevent Agrol getting that 2 ideal combines. So Agrol are still going to have that advantage, are still going to be able to bring in a large amount, but maybe Big Hall will be able to even that out a bit.
Yeah, 43k collected for Lindner. Agrol, they are already unloading it, so they have taken the multiplier 3.0. And of course, the belt for Lindner has been stopped at the same time as well. So this will be interesting to see how it's going to go in the end. But yeah, Agrol will kind of make the first reveal of their cards. It's nothing that special. It's kind of like a standard opening already these days to just unload it and do whatever you can. And if they would have any bales, now would be the time to definitely try to put them in. But they don't, so we don't see any points being collected. And now you gotta be scared of this, because this is the big haul, as they will stop it right next to the silos. We can see that the rear gate is being opened, and I mean, the unloading speed is just so fast as well, as it's gonna be just lifting everything up, and that's gonna be like a huge chase just in a matter of seconds. We can see Agrol just noticing as the multiplier is just destroyed from them. Zerzeros just, takes everything out of it, and suddenly it's gonna be 1.7 for them. So this is like, I mean, if there would be a game about the grain wars, the big haul would be the superhero of the battle.
Why is, I think Agrol, to keep that combine going and keep the straw coming, actually dropped grain on the ground there. Amazingly. Now, Lindner needs to score. They need to score bales. They have the 2.3 advantage. They are at a 20, nearly a 20,000 litre grain disadvantage right now. They need to be scoring points while they can, and Apollo is crashing into the telehandler.
40k for Agrol. I mean, this is just getting nuts, to be honest, with the grain. 9 minutes on the clock, and we haven't seen a single bale being pressed, and the teams are just, they are just, wearing each other's out with the grain. And now we can see that Agrol already putting the next delivery on its position, just waiting probably for the 8-minute drop. And they have huge amounts, like 46k. I mean, I don't remember when we have seen... Okay, we have seen like 60k being collected, but still, I think that these big haul is kind of like a signal that, yeah, now something is going to happen with the grain. Something different, and both teams are still collecting it. So this is going to go all the way down. And this could be one of those games that the points are not so big because teams were spending that heavily time on, playing with the grain. Now we can see Lindner finally starting to press the bales. So they need to probably have Agrol to unload their grain and then do what they have available and then just put the bales inside to once again get that middle lead at this stage.
Now it looks to me like Agrol have stopped harvesting grain. And so, interestingly, it looks like, so that is the 15,000 different. It is silo closed.
Yeah, now it's going to be time for Zerster to go for it, and then they will get it just in time, in time! You see like a 1 meter of grain, just, oops, we can't do that. And now, Lindner, those bales which they have made, they have to put them in.
And look at this! Lindner have time to get extra grain and set up, and it looks like Agrol are going to close Lindner's silos, but Lindner have advantage at the moment. They need to take this time while the silo is closed to go and get points on the board. They have 6 bales. Go and score those bales because you can't do anything else otherwise. And you've got 50 seconds to do it.
Yeah, and now they have, 43, so it's just like a 2k difference, because they're going to be collecting slightly more, so they should be able to keep like an even multiplier. And yes, exactly, Silas going to be using the time to get that slight multiplier to work on as their advantage before kind of like the grain game is being used for the second time. There is still time on the clock, 27 seconds, so he can still put that back on the belt. But of course, these mistakes are something which you don't want to see. But at least getting some bales, something inside, kind of like, use that multiplier for something. Okay, it's only 1-2 points. That's going to be the difference for now. But still, I think that the sometimes the teams, I think the importance of the bales on the middle phases of the game, they are actually quite important, not just on the points wise, but also on the psychological side, because that always makes the enemy to think that or the opponent to think that, that they have a strategy and, they don't know what's coming up. So the middle points are, in a way, a psychological element as well towards the opponent.
Now, before Agrol started emptying out their grain, they had 2,000 litres less than Lindner did. Lindner are spending their extra time producing more grain. They now have 48,000 litres. They have more grain overall than Agrol had. All the advantage that Agrol had over the previous 2 games is gone. If Lindner can now press bales like mad and go and deliver those 48,000 litres, they can easily win this.
Yeah, but this is the time. This is exactly the moment Agrol, they are getting these 3 bales inside with the 2.8 multiplier. So this is a perfect usage of the grain and the silo close, which they picked a little bit later. So Lindner was not able to unload the grain. And what they actually did, that they had a small amount of grain. So they actually put the bales on the belt before they unloaded it. And then they kind of like moved faster, and then they unloaded the remains, so they kind of like got a little bit like an advantage from the speed of the belt before they unloaded the grain as well, and that's how you take the middle game advantage.
But Here we come with Lintner delivering a large amount of grain.
And that's gonna go fast
It's
as
about
well.
to go the other way. Is 100 points. Less than 100 points. Yeah, it's look at this. It's gonna go
Yeah.
the other way. How much by though? 2.1, 2.2. That is a massive advantage to Lintner going into the last 4 minutes of this. They now need to deliver bales. They've got more bales than Ag will have, and they just need to keep delivering them because they now have the advantage to win this.
Yeah, there's no more grain in storage, so now it's all about the bales. And it took all the way almost to 4-minute mark that when finally we had the bale game starting in, we have the bale point side that's going to go for it. That's going to help Lintner to close the gap, as we can see. But meanwhile, Agrol, they are just they have a faster belt, so they are utilizing it. They are putting the bales inside. Lintner, they haven't really started to unload the bale. So even though the scoreline is like a 160 points to Agrol for the moment, Lintner, they still have the time and they have the bales and the means to close that gap. So, that might hurt quite heavily, actually. Apollo, once again, we can see that somebody tries to take the kind of like the Baywatch course off the river.
The Bridge of Doom has claimed another person. Apollo is on the side, and this is really, really bad for Lintner. Lots of wasted time, and Zestros almost loses a bale on the bridge as well. This is really dangerous because Damien is coming in with bales. It is a 7 bales on the multiplier. Are Lintner going to wait and grab? No, they're not. They've scored the points. They've prevented the multiplier, but they haven't gone for the counter. I don't know if that's a good choice. In all honesty. One more bale and they could have had a counter.
I'm worried about the time currently, because those small mistakes from Lintner's side, they costed some time, and we know that Lintner, they need the time. They are kind of like running behind. They have the bales, but they need the time, and now they only have 4 bales more than Agrol. It is a question, can they actually put all the bales inside? So once again, we can see Lintner now just doing the heavy lifting. There's going to be more bales. That's going to be 3 bales on the belt, and that's going to be the 4th one that Zerus is going to be placing as the last one. So that will be some points coming their way. That is about 100 points coming out of this. Okay, so about 90 points, but still that's going to be closing the gap a little bit, but that's not going to be enough. The gap is still about 90 points, so they need to be very efficient. Across side, as we can see, they do have 4 bales still lying around, so we can see that Damien can just continue to do the work and shouldn't have any major issues to get all these on the belt. So I mean, Lintner, they need to be very fast getting the bales and stacking that up, and the clock is running out, so every second is going to be so important. And those 30 seconds which they lost, kind of like, you know, doing the mistakes and, you know, having that small little swim at the river, that could be the time they would have needed to actually to be able to close the gap.
And Lintner have plenty of bales here. They're able to score these points. They need to close this gap. They've got a minute to do it. How Agrol are actually keeping the bales even with the points advantage they have, I don't quite understand. They are doing a great job of holding Lintner to this. Lintner needs to score every single point they can. It's still it's still nearly 100 points between them, and that is incredible. Agrol are playing an absolute blinder of a match here.
That is true. So just 30 seconds to go, and the gap is just 50 points for now. So we shall see how well this is going to go for Lintner. It's going to be close. I mean, Agrol, they have the lead. It's going to be now 90 points. The last 15 seconds. We can see Agrol, the last bales are there. And there's only 7 bales available for Lintner. So I don't think that they actually have the bales. It's going to be very close. I don't think that they have the time to put all the bales on the second floor. It's not going to be enough. They don't have it. It's going to be Agrol definitely winning it. Lindner, they will get close, but not close enough, as Agrol in the end will take the victory from the third game of the series as well, and will win the last place to proceed on the final day tomorrow with a 2-1 scoreline.
That's incredible. 5 extra bales overall. Far more in the top. I can't believe how many more bales Agril got in the top there. They won it on bales. Even when the grain's against them, they won it on bales. That's insane.
Hello, guys.
Really good team. Hello, Kevin.
Well done. So that means Agrol makes it onto the circuit standings board now with that win. They are now they're at the bottom 30 circuit points, guaranteed, no matter what they do tomorrow. So we only had 16 teams compete today. So if you won in one match, you're into the quarterfinals. It was as easy as that. So we're going to see the bracket and such here coming up soon. But Copter, what do you think about today so far? It's been an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, today was definitely great. I mean, we had 4 games. I think most of the games we saw quite different gameplay than what we have seen on the past. We have seen the big hole multiple times today. We saw incredible usage of the silo close and the crew multiplier in one of the matches as well. And then, of course, also at the beginning, I mean, definitely the gameplay with the getting these 3 bales with Tita, pushing them on the second floor. So many new things are actually happening, which we haven't seen on the Farming Simulator League for a while. So I definitely enjoyed today. And what do you think, Alex? Do you agree with me, or do you have some other observations?
No, I absolutely agree with you. It has been really interesting seeing some new gameplay today. Every game has been different, and it's been so enjoyable to watch and commentate on again. It's been a fantastic show from all the teams today, I think. We are oh God.
No worries. It seemed like you guys were having fun doing the commentary of that last one, but it was really fun for me to sit back and watch it as well. And Agril really, showed out strong in those final 2 rounds. And we talked about it earlier. It's been really cool to see so many teams, make it into those circuit point leaderboards. Of course, Agril was formerly Kalwana Gaming. I believe we learned that today as well. So it's a team that we're used to seeing just under a different name. But yeah, there's starting to be more and more teams getting into that circuit point leaderboard. And that's where you want to be come November. There's only tomorrow and then next month's tournament to go to get yourself into the standings. So what do you guys think about how Lindner and Agril executed as we're seeing the highlights in this one? Alex, was Lindner making a lot of mistakes that we're kind of not used to seeing for them, or what do you think happened?
I think we were seeing a lot of unforced errors from both teams to a certain extent. I think Lindner got a little bit lucky in the first game on reflection. The disruptive play worked well for them, and the way things came up. By the time the second and the third came round, and they weren't able to be quite so disruptive. It turned out that in the second game there was just so much grain there for Agril that they were able to completely dominate. And then in the last game, they just pressed bales like mad. I mean, as incredible to be that many bales ahead at the end and able to turn around and adapt to the fact that Lindner had changed their strategy in order to counter the thing they were doing last time. They immediately changed their strategy Agril changed their strategy to go and do something that would win them that second game. What do you think, Copter?
Well, I kind of agree with you in the end. So that's a pretty thorough walkthrough what actually happened there. But to summarize it, I think these mistakes which we are seeing from Apollo, for example, that definitely costed a lot of important points. It was very close for Lindner to get those final points on the last game. Or maybe, just maybe, if they wouldn't have done those couple mistakes at the end, they could have maybe been able to tie the scoreline or even take the lead. So I think that they really need to consider about the amount of mistakes they made on the series. As on a paper, if I'm completely honest, I think that Lindner, based on the first game, they kind of had the upper hand. but yeah, then on the second game they kind of like faded down a little bit.
Right. We're going to see the bracket here in a bit, guys, and we actually were kind of unfortunate to not see what was probably the matchup of the day with My Insanity and Bednar. You're going to see it now. My Insanity is the team that moves on. Both of those teams were tied for third place coming into this weekend. So, at the very least, for My Insanity, they are now in sole possession of third place and could put some distance between themselves and Bednar if they advance further into the tournament. They've definitely been one of the stronger teams of the tournament. But Astragon against Trelleborg, Fermier's Flamboyance against Team Charlie, Diaka Anfeld against Cortiva, as well as My Insanity versus Agro will be our quarterfinals tomorrow. So, there's still like so many storylines to play out in this weekend alone. It's been an interesting weekend already.
And that this tomorrow will be the first points on the board for Agro, which is fantastic. You know, they are guaranteed 30 points. They've got themselves on the board. Great time to do it towards the end of the season. So good to see them getting up there.
And Maddie, Astragon and Team Charlie came into the weekend tied for 11th place, which is currently the bottom of the circuit standings. They both move on to tomorrow's quarterfinals, so they get a minimum of 30 points too, and they're going to move up the table a bit. So Agro will have a minimum of 30. Fermier's Flamboyance B has 30 still, and they didn't feature this weekend. So lots of movements from like the top all the way to the bottom of the table so far this weekend already.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, we see definitely some teams proceeding on the next day, which we haven't seen on the past, and getting those points home. What I'm really looking forward, I mean, this season has been kind of like the Trelleborg domination. I think there's no way of saying that enough. But the Fermier's Flamboyance, I mean, they have been looking very, very good today on the match. And I'm really looking forward. They're going to be playing on the first game tomorrow, as far as I saw from the bracket. And that's something that I'm really looking forward to, because I'm wondering that, okay, we have seen how the league goes. We know what's the situation with circuit points. But can Fermier's Flamboyance find a tone, a speed, that they can actually face Trelleborg all the way on the final of the whole season?
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Trelleborg advanced via forfeit today, so they haven't yet played this weekend. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, we don't know. Of course, it's Trelleborg. They could go for a record-setting 5th win of tournament in a row. That's it for us today. See you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central European Time for the quarterfinals.